Good morning, everyone.
They've approved this motion for the omnibus report staff have.
Yep.
Do you want Councilor Gower to move that one as well?
Please. And I've got Councilor Trosky moving the.
Yeah.
Good morning, everyone, and apologies for the wait. Thank you very much for being here. Welcome to the Planning and Housing Committee meeting. First off, I do want to acknowledge that Ottawa is located on unceded territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe Nation, whose culture and presence have nurtured and continue to nurture this land. Il est important de souligner que la ville d'Ottawa se trouve sur un territoire non cédé de la nation algonquine Anishinaabe, dont la culture et la présence sont enrichies et continuent d'enrichir ces terres. I'll ask for a roll call, please.
Councilor Brockington. Councilor Curry.
Here.
Councilor Dudas.
Here.
Councilor Johnson.
Here.
Councilor Kavanaugh.
Present.
Councilor Kelly. Councilor Kitts.
Here.
Councilor Lowe.
Here.
Councilor Tierney.
Present.
Councilor Truster.
Here.
Vice Chair Gower.
Here.
And Chair, you have quorum.
Thank you very much. My understanding is that Councillor Brockington will be a little bit late this morning, and it's likely that Councillor Kelly is not going to be able to join us due to the flooding issues in his ward. So I'll just make note that this is a public meeting to consider the proposed comprehensive official plan and zoning bylaw amendments listed as items 4.1 to 4.4 on today's agenda. For the items just mentioned, only those who make oral submissions today or written submissions before the amendments are adopted may appeal the matter to the Ontario Land Tribunal. In addition, the applicant may appeal the matter to the Ontario Land Tribunal if Council does not adopt an amendment within 90 days of receipt of the application for a zoning bylaw amendment and 120 days for an official plan amendment. To submit written comments on these amendments prior to their consideration by City Council on May 10th, 2023, please email or call the committee or council coordinator. Are there any declarations of interest this morning? Seeing none. Confirmation of the minutes, minute 7, Wednesday, April 19th, 2023. Are those confirmed? Thank you. Moving on to the agenda, zoning bylaw amendment 15 Larch Street. I understand there are no delegations. The applicants are here to speak to it if required.
I'd like to hold that.
Okay, item held. For the item at 377, 381 Winona Avenue, my understanding is that there is a delegation, so we'll hold the item. For the item at 572 Moody Drive, we don't have any delegations. We have received correspondence. Do any members wish to hold this item? Is that item carried? For the zoning omnibus amendments, there is, I believe, a technical amendment. I think we can deal with this one fairly quickly if Vice Chair Gower wants to move that motion now.
Yes, I will. So this is an amendment to document 3, details of recommended zoning, whereas the report included, do I have the right one? Yes, I do. Whereas the report included direction carried at the September 21st, 2022 meeting of council to implement height transitions in the AM 11 Innis Road, Blackburn Hamlet subzone. And whereas these height transitions were not to apply to properties subject to an active planning application, specifically applications for 98 and 100 Bear Brook Road. And whereas a public submission concerning this item requested that the proposed amendment clarify that the above site is exempted pursuant to the motion. And whereas staff support an amendment to document 3 to clarify this matter, therefore be it resolved that with respect to the report, document 3, details of recommended zoning be amended by adding a new paragraph with the following text to the zoning details for the item dealing with AM 11 Arterial Main Street Subzone 11 building stepbacks as contained on page 28 of the report. Amend subsection 186.11 by adding a new clause O with the following text. Despite 186.11 and 1 and 3 for the lands known municipally as 98 and 100 Bear Brook Road, the provisions existing as of May 2nd, 2023 continue to apply. Therefore, be it further resolved that there be no further notice pursuant to section 3417 of the Planning Act.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair. Do any members have any questions on this item? Is the amendment?
Sorry, I do.
Sorry, Councilor
Chair.
Dudas.
Yeah, I have a question. I have a question for staff. I just want to make sure that this, once again, the community was caught off guard by this designation of AM 11 zoning relating to this particular piece of property. I'm trying to understand this technical amendment as to, is this just maintaining what is already current there? I'm trying to figure this out. So if staff could clarify what this technical amendment does it change what we're already aware of as a situation, or does it preserve some of the step backs that we were hoping to achieve with this property?
Through the chair, the amendment will apply the height transition provisions to the interior side lot line of properties in the AM 11 zone, in addition to the rear lot line. So the provisions currently apply the height transitions to the rear lot line only. And this amendment will apply the provisions to the interior side lot line as well.
Okay, so this is improving what we had anticipated was already there, because I know we've talked about this at length.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you, the noise in the room.
Sorry, it's silent where I am, which is unusual with my dog. No, I'm just asking because once again, this is a very sticky subject for my community. And I just want to clarify that we've had lots of discussions about the need to put into clear and understandable terms what this means for this property. So this is clarifying what the community already knew for this particular property. Am I correct?
That is correct. That is my understanding.
And once again, to clarify, knowing that this application came prior to all of the changes with provincial legislation, this doesn't mean that we're approving this particular project. That's still going through the regular processes.
That is correct. They have yet to apply their second or make their second submission for their site plan control application.
Perfect. That's what I understood. Okay. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Thank you, staff. Are there any further questions on this item? Is the amending motion carried? And is the report carried? Thank you. We have the item receiving the Scaling Up Nonprofit Housing in Ottawa report. We'll hold that one. There are a lot of delegations, which is great to see on this report. I'll just let committee know that I will be looking for an opportunity to take a 20-minute break somewhere around the noon hour, if that's okay. 21 delegations listed so far. There is another item, and I'm sorry, Vice Chair Gower, I hadn't seen you in the room previously, so I've got Councillor Troster teed up to add an item to the agenda. Do you want to move ahead with that, Councillor Troster?
Sure. That the following motion be added for consideration as an additional item at the May 3, 2023 meeting of Planning and Housing Committee pursuant to subsection 89(3) of the procedure bylaw. Whereas a site plan control application for 4 Campbell Reed Court to permit an animal hospital on the existing lot was deemed complete on October 24, 2022, prior to the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing issuing a notice of decision to approve the city's new official plan on November 4th, 2022. And whereas the subject lands were not identified as sorry, this is crossed out by the staff member, but my understanding is was not identified as urban expansion area on Schedule C-17 in the council adopted official plan, but were subsequently included in Category 1 future neighborhood overlay urban expansion areas on Schedule C-17 with ministerial approval of the official plan. And whereas policy 56211 of the approved official plan states development may only receive draft approval or final approval on land within the future neighborhoods overlay once the overlay has been removed through an official plan amendment. Removal of the overlay can only occur once the policies of this section have been satisfied. And whereas the normal business process for site plan review is to determine whether a minor variance application or applications are required to support a new development only after a preliminary circulation of the site plan is completed, and therefore be it resolved that City Council directs staff to examine the unique circumstances surrounding the site plan control application for 4 Campbell Reed Court and the associated minor variance application, including the timing of the application submission and the subsequent modifications to the official plan, and propose any necessary policy amendments or exceptions that would allow for the consideration of minor variances in support of the site plan control application for the proposed animal hospital at 4 Campbell Reed Court within the framework of the future neighborhood overlay designation. Report their findings and recommendations for any required policy changes to the Planning and Housing Committee by July 6, 2023, ensuring that such changes are consistent with the objectives and intent of the city's official plan and provincial policy statement. Now, my understanding is this is a situation where a development got stuck between when our official plan was approved and before it existed. Am I correct, Jeff?
That sounds approximately.
Councillor Leeper?
right,
Okay.
yep.
I don't-
Do members want to hear from staff on this item, in which case we can hold it, or are the members prepared to carry this now? Is this item carried?
Carried.
Carried. Thank you very much. So we'll go back to the beginning of our agenda. Thank you very much. And the first held item is Larch Street. Councillor Troster, did you want staff to make the presentation on Larch?
It would just be helpful if you brought up the rendering of the most recent drawing of what the building looks like.
Thank you.
I mean, I'll just start by saying this file predates my election. So the community consultation was held in the summer. So I do want to apologize to the community associations who wrote in with objections to this project, which I was only made aware of yesterday. So I have been playing a little bit of catch up. If we could just take a look at the most recent rendering of the building, I want to better understand how some of that feedback was incorporated into this development. Because I see some changes are clear and respond to some of the initial concerns. It's great to see the development now has slightly over 1-to-1 bicycle parking. The visitor parking space that was previously included on the site was eliminated. I'm just wondering if staff or the applicant can speak to what, if anything, has changed in the application since the public meeting.
Yeah, so I'll just start off by summarizing some of the concerns that were raised in the initial submission. So, sorry, my name is John Bernier. I'm with the planning department. The issues which I summarized and are infrastructure capacity, whether or not the development or future developments could be supported by the street, concerns related to the lack of parking, density and intensity of the development, including the reductions in the yard setbacks, protection of the rear lane, and concerns related to the building design and its response to the existing context. I think largely the building, at least in the front, remains the same as it's largely consistent with the policies. I think the bigger changes are actually shown on the site plan, which I'll pull up, or I'll ask you to go to slide 7. So in the initial design, The bike parking was actually located in that far upper left corner there, which is the west side of the site. And there was actually a parking spot located where you'll see the bike parking area is located now. So it was a single parking space. And during the submission, there's a lot of concern as to whether this would compromise the rear lane and whether or not that vehicle would be backing into that lane, which presently is just used for pedestrian traffic or accessing rear yards. So that was one major concern that we heard. So the second submission, as you see here, excluded that from the design as we had pressed the applicant to do. It had also unlocked a lot more space for amenity area and located that bike parking to a more functional location that's, you know, a little bit more accessible from the front yard. But largely and it also allowed additional plantings within the rear yard. So there's an additional tree that over time will kind of create a better buffer between this development and the homes to the rear. But largely the location and the scale of the building remains the same as was included in the first submission. So it's largely the same today, including the number of units and the setbacks that they're looking for.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, and it's clear to me in this case that some of the feedback that came from the community helped make this a nicer building and one that'll fit in a little bit better on the street. But I think the crux of some of the frustration from the correspondence we received is that in some of the reports, we see the participation of the community organization noted and others not. I'm just wondering what standard practice is and how we might find a way to ensure that feedback, that there's some notation of how these applications change due to feedback when we see them at planning committee.
Right. So I did summarize their responses, and I know that issue is taken on, you know, the level of summarization that I undertook on those comments. So I can and will in the future expand on those a little bit further. Standard practices that we do include the community association or reference to the community association within the public consultation details. And I neglected to do so, but I did capture all of, the core of their issues within that summarization.
Okay. Thank you very much. I mean, this is a tough one. There is some opposition that have come from community members I deeply respect, and of course the Dalhousie Community Association. But I definitely struggled with this one because I think it does conform to the secondary plan. I think it's the kind of density we need to see. And frankly, it's 300 steps from the future Corso Italia station. And even though this is a dead end side street, this lot is the one that literally butts right up against Gladstone lands. So, you know, it's 4 stories, which is what the official plan allows. And if anything, I think it'll offer a nice transition to the high rises that are going to go into the lot next door. So I am inclined to support it. But thank you very much. And I think if there's a way to just try to better capture the character of that community input, and then it's a good note for me that when I meet with some of these applicants to try and get a better sense of how the development changed thanks to feedback. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Before I go to the applicant to see whether or not they need to speak, my understanding is that there is a motion that's with respect to the increasing maximum building height. Are you teed up with that?
Yeah, this is just a small technical amendment. Whereas report ACS 2023-PRE-PS-0049 seeks a zoning bylaw amendment approval to permit a 26-unit low-rise apartment building with site-specific exceptions. And whereas a technical amendment has been requested for the project architects to slightly increase the maximum height in document 2 of the report, therefore be it resolved that with respect to report ACS 2023-PRE-PS-0049, Planning and Housing Committee amend document 2 by increasing the maximum building height from 11.4 meters to 11.6 meters in section 2BI, adding maximum number of dwelling units 26 as section 2B7, Be it further resolved that pursuant to subsection 3417 of the Planning Act, no further notice be given.
Thank you very much, Councillor Troster. With that motion on the table, I know, the applicant is here. I'm wondering if the applicant wants to address any aspect of the application.
Mr. Chair, Murray Chown speaking. No, we would be thrilled if the committee was to approve the staff recommendations subject to the technical amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I know Councillor Curry has a question.
Yeah, it's sort of a question and a comment, but I saw in the feedback that we received for this that people were saying, I think one person said, if this were more 3 bedrooms, I would love it. And we have that a lot in Canada as well, where people will say there's a lot of bachelors, a lot of 1 bedrooms, yet it's sort of projected or it's sold as a family oriented building. What, given all the bills that we have to deal with and what our role is on planning committee now, how much influence would a community even have to say, we would rather that there would be more family really 3-bedroom units as opposed to bachelors? And was that at all changed over the course of this? I don't remember seeing that specific change.
Barry Holben's on the call, and maybe Barry could speak briefly to that.
Sorry, Maria, was addressed to staff.
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks.
So presently, the only policy that we have, at least in this case here, at this scale, is the 25% requirement for 2-bedroom and above, which I understand the applicant is meeting through this development.
So, and that is a part of that, like that designation in our official plan for that area. Where does that come from? That 25% have to be 2-bedroom and above?
That's contained within the R4 UB zone.
Just for that particular type of zone, it has to be that. And
That's
they've met it, and that's fine.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Oh, interesting. Okay. I've never really fully understood that, because you get that a lot where people are saying, why so many bachelors? Well, but they meet that criteria. Okay. Good to know. Thank you very much.
Can I just say one thing? Yeah, and I'll just say, Councillor Curry, something that I try to say to residents is that with more height, there's more provisions for more larger units. So in a lot of high rises, we're exercising that right to ask that the developer include those larger homes. But I do think it would be really helpful within the context of our zoning bylaw review to think about whether there are any legislative mechanisms or incentives that we could work on to help incent larger family homes. Because what I see consistently in Somerset Ward and in Centertown is they may take down one house to build a low-rise apartment, but it's the loss of a 3-bedroom home and replacing it with a ton of bachelors. And so it's still a net loss of family size homes in the neighborhood. It is a consistent problem.
Does staff have anything further to add to that?
Chair, just for background, it is always useful to go back and if any of the councillors would wish, we're happy to provide them a copy of the R4 Phase 2 report, which did go into significant technical detail as to the origins of and the limits of how many bedrooms we can require and the reasons for which. And we're happy to provide that if any councillor so wishes.
Thank you very much to staff for that. I don't see any further questions from members. Is the amendment carried? Carried. And is the report carried as amended? Thank you very much. The next item on the agenda is for 377 and 381 Winona. We do have a delegation here today from the Westboro Community Association. Are staff prepared to make a presentation on this one? So what I'll do is I will ask staff to make a presentation on this one, just so that we have some context for the delegates' comments.
Good morning, Chair. My name is Adrian van Wyk. I'm a planner with the Planning Department. So this application is for a minor zoning bylaw amendment for 377 and 381 Winona Avenue. There's also an associated site plan control application in at the moment. Next slide, please. So this property is located on the southeast corner of Winona and Picton Avenues in Westboro. It is about 36 meters from Richmond Road, just to the north, 240 meters from Scott Street, to the north of that, and 460 meters from Westboro Station. Under the official plan, it's designated Main Street Corridor, and it is zoned traditional Main Street due to its proximity to Richmond Road. Currently, there are 2 single detached dwellings that are proposed to be demolished to make way for the new building. Next slide, please. So the applicant is proposing to construct a 6-story mixed-use building with 60 residential units and 2 ground floor commercial units. I think it's important to note for this application that for zoning purposes, because it's zoned traditional Main Street, Picton Avenue to the north is actually considered the front yard for zoning purposes. And under the TM zone, that would be subject to a 0 meter setback. So in effect, the applicant's proposal will establish Winona Avenue as the de facto front street for the building. The ground floor commercial units in the main lobby of the building will be accessed from Winona Avenue, but vehicular access will be provided from Picton Avenue. So by siting the building on the corner of the lot, the applicant's able to provide a side yard that you can see on the east of the building, where utilities will be located and where opportunities will exist for some minor landscaping and outdoor terraces for the 3 ground floor units. Also, in accordance with TM zone requirements, the building will step back above the 4th story on both the Winona and the Picton elevations. Next slide, please. So these are just elevations of the Winona and Picton frontages. So you can see that the applicant has designed a building with a 4-story podium that's clad in red brick and step back above the 4th story clad in aluminum panels. Next slide, please. So the relief that the applicant is requesting is for the corner side yard setback, which in this case would be Winona Avenue. The applicant is proposing a 0 meter corner side yard setback, as I mentioned, to establish Winona as the main street the building fronts onto. But the building will still step back above 15 meters. The applicant's also requesting a reduction in the minimum parking space rate from 0.5 to 0.2 spaces per unit after the first 12 dwelling units. Next slide, please. And staff is recommending that Planning Committee recommend that Council approve this application with a site-specific zoning amendment. Next slide, please. That's all. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. We'll hold questions for staff. The applicant is here. Murray, did you want to address this one?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jeff Kelly from my team will be making a presentation.
Okay, so my name is Jeff Kelly from Novatech on behalf of our client Zero Winona Incorporated regarding applications for the rezoning on the property municipally known as 377 and 381 Winona Avenue. As you know, I'm also joined by my colleague Murray Chown, and I think we also have Daryl Hood of CSC Architects should there be questions from the committee. Next slide, please. So with respect to the site context, I will just note that the subject property is located within 600 meters radius of the planned Kitchissippi and Westboro O train stations. And I'd also note that the subject property is within walking distance of a broad range of land uses and amenities that contribute to the development of 15-minute neighborhoods, reducing the needs for residents to use private automobiles to access their daily needs, and also making it a suitable location for mid-rise intensification. Next slide, please. With respect to the site plan, as Adrian had noted, it is proposed to develop a 6-story mixed-use building containing 60 dwelling units and 2 ground floor commercial units on the property. There's a combined total of 18 underground parking spaces for residents and visitors with access off Picton. There's also a total of 60 bicycle parking spaces provided. We are supportive of the staff recommendation to establish site-specific zoning provisions on the property, including a decrease to the minimum required corner side yard setback along Winona Avenue, and a decrease to the minimum required off-street parking spaces for the proposed residential units. Just to add a bit more detail regarding the reduced corner side yard setback for reference of the committee. By definition, the front yard is on Picton. The TM zone has a minimum front yard setback of 0 meters, and the project has been designed with Winona as the front yard. The provisions of the zoning bylaw require a minimum corner side yard setback of 3 meters along Winona Avenue. The proposed corner side yard setback is 0 meters to the building facade on Winona Avenue. And rather than reducing the setback on Winona to 0 meters, we could have simply amended the zoning bylaw to define the front yard as being on Winona. We note that the approach that we took was a result of coordination with city staff in advance of our initial submission, and it was based on providing additional building separation from the east lot line and any future development of the property to the east. So as you can see on the landscape plan, the proposed 0 meter setback from the property line maintains sufficient space to provide a 3 meter buffer area for landscaping between the proposed building and the sidewalk along Winona Avenue and on Picton Avenue. I'd also note that there are sufficient soil volumes provided for tree plantings in the right-of-way along Winona Avenue. Next slide, please. So just with respect to the building design, you'll see the image before you looking north along Winona Avenue. And we would note that a great deal of thought and care has been placed into ensuring that the building will fit well within the existing community and the streetscape along Winona Avenue. The building is designed to complement the character of the neighborhood by using durable materials that are common in the area, including the use of red brick with detailed patterning intended to articulate the building facade. The ground level has been designed with direct access off of the sidewalk from Winona and Picton, and it's complete with large openings that reflect the scale and rhythm of buildings along Richmond Road and contribute to activating the public realm along Winona Avenue. There is a small commercial use and a fully conforming patio area that will be provided at the corner of Winona and Picton. And as previously noted, soft landscaping is provided along the Winona and Picton frontages, along with sufficient space for tree plantings between the building and the public sidewalk along Winona Avenue in order to improve the streetscape condition. Next slide, please. So with that, I'd thank you for your attention. I think Murray may have a few closing remarks.
So, thank you, Jeff and Mr. Chair. I think I just want to acknowledge that through your offices, we did have a community meeting for this project. I think the focus of the discussion from residents at that time was actually on the proposed patio, which, as Jeff has indicated in his presentation, is fully conforming and permitted under the zoning today, and none of the application of the report that's before you today doesn't really relate to the proposed patio. You've heard from both staff and from Jeff with respect to the proposed reduction in the corner side yard setback. From a design perspective, we believe it's appropriate. It's still providing for street trees along Winona. We would encourage the committee to accept the staff recommendations and recommend to council the minor rezoning that's before you today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of the applicant from members? Seeing none, let's move to our public delegation. I think Tim Gray with the Westboro Community Association has a presentation to make to us. Tim, thank you very much for being here. I'm looking forward to more presentations as you take on more of the planning work for the WCA. You have 5 minutes to make a presentation to the committee.
Okay. My name is Tim Gray, and I follow development and planning in Westboro as best I can. One of the things that I look for in an application is transition to the abutting properties and that zoning. That is important whether the development is 40 stories or 6 stories. And over the past few years, the planning department has put a greater focus on that, and rightly so. This project, on this project, the elimination of the 3-meter corner side setback is a key issue. And how moving the building right to the street property line impacts that transition to the neighboring homes across the street, as well as the streetscape transition. I have read Novatech's justification for moving the building 3 meters closer to the street and their planning in their planning rationale document. This justification is more appropriate to a true traditional main street like Richmond Road and Wellington, and not a street like Winona and Picton, which are clearly residential streets. I fail to see how moving the building right to the Winona and Picton property line is a benefit to the surrounding neighborhood, and for that matter, eventually the residents of this project. Bringing the building closer to the street only makes the transition more abrupt and jarring. The elimination of the 3-meter setback also very much restricts how the building's exterior is animated at ground level. Any street-facing canopy at the residential entrance or a wraparound awning as a focal point to the restaurant area cannot be accommodated. The building needs this kind of animation to draw the attention of people walking along Richmond. The Urban Design Review Panel recommended canopies supported by steel rods or chains to help relate to the warehouse aesthetics of this building. That is true, and a street-facing animation will also help draw your eyes downward to reduce the vertical scale of the building. And that's a concern to the neighbors. The elimination of the 3-meter setback is also has a very serious impact on landscaping. Again, the Urban Design Review Panel said, the panel believes the landscaping should reflect the character of the neighborhood. The proponent should consider setting back the building to provide more than a 1.5 meter soil for the tree planting. Trees and the tree canopy are an important issue across the city. I have noticed recently that the forestry department gives much more consideration to the recovery of the tree canopy. I believe the new official plan looks for a 40% tree canopy, which this project clearly does not have. Forestry also looks at which areas of a property can and should accommodate larger shade trees. In this case, the overhead power lines are on the opposite side of the street. So planting larger shade trees are on the applicant side of the street and a priority for the forestry department. The city's mandate can only be achieved if there is adequate soil space for trees to survive and mature. The elimination of that setback severely limits the forestry's work to bring the tree canopy back. The elimination of trees and landscaping also brings us back to the transition of this project. Better landscaping will help the transition to the neighbors. Although the building height is within the zoning bylaws, it is a concern for the neighborhood. Using landscaping to keep the focus at the ground level helps to take away the focus of the height of the building. I feel that the concerns of the neighbors, the Westboro Community Association, and the Urban Design Review Panel are reasonable. And with a little work, those concerns can be dealt with and make this a much better project. Oh, I got that right on 5 minutes.
You're out of, yeah.
Holy mackerel.
Thank you very much, Tim.
It's like I planned it. Which I
Perfect.
didn't.
Do members have any questions for the delegation? See none. Tim, thank you very much.
Okay, thanks.
Do members have any questions of staff on this item? Councillor Curry?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with Tim. Like, and I look at this, I think this had some opportunity, you know, to plant more trees there along that road. I mean, Mr. Chair, this is your area. I look at how close people can go to where there may be like Lions Park, maybe, you know, I guess the NCC Parkway, they'd take their bikes, but to be able to walk down that street, I see the 2 trees in the diagram. What, I guess my question to staff is, when you looked at what the urban design panel said, then how much does that go into some of your thoughts when they recommend something like that? I like, look at our tree canopy in the downtown core, like Canada, we're above the 40% or whatever, we're good. You're the heat island, you're where we need to have more trees, and this really doesn't allow for it.
Thank you, through you, Chair. So staff do very much consider the recommendations from the UDRP. We do incorporate them in our reports, and you know, they are there to provide us with more design specifics. But the UDRP is advisory at the end of the day, and it is up to the applicant to make any changes that they feel are warranted to their proposal. So, you know, if grounds exist in policy to give effect to the UDRP's recommendations, then staff are definitely able to push for that. But we do try as best as possible to give effect to those recommendations.
Mr. Chair, I mean, I appreciate what they're trying to do with this building, and I appreciate they want to try to get as much housing as possible into as much square feet. But I don't know. I think that, you know, this building's going to stand for 150 years, and there'll never be the opportunity to have those nice trees and that nice shady area for people to walk. What, you know, if we reject this, then what happens? And they fight it at the OLT, we lose. This is the stuff that drives me crazy about this committee now. You know, like, what is the point here? Honestly, you know, I feel like we're in a situation where developers can just put forward whatever and we go, yeah, we don't like it. Oh, too bad. So sad.
I'll take that as rhetorical.
There's a whole bunch of rhetorical coming at you. Anyway, okay, thank you very much.
I think Mr. McCray wants to.
Thanks, Chair. I just want to add to the staff response that in urban conditions, it is often difficult to achieve good street trees. But we do work very closely with our colleagues in forestry services who were part of this review process and part of this application. And despite UDRP's recommendations, which came from a good place, you know, I believe that the same outcome is being achieved. They looked at the soil volumes, they looked at the trees that could be planted along Winona. And at the end of the day, we will have a street frontage that is very active with commercial at grade, an active public realm with a sidewalk landscaping opportunity. And our experts in forestry services are comfortable that the amount of soil volume and the space between the building and sidewalk will result in viable street trees. So it's a really balancing act as part of our planning process where you have comments from one group and comments from another group. At the end of the day, though, I think the intent of what everyone's looking for on this street is being achieved with both a mixed-use development, an active frontage, and an opportunity for new street trees that, based on what we're looking at, will survive and mature.
Thank you very much. Are there any further questions from members for staff? Seeing none, is this item carried? Carried. Thank you. Okay. So now we're moving to the receiving the scaling up nonprofit housing in Ottawa report. I want to thank staff very much for working with my office to get this report on the agenda. This is not a city report. It's been written by authors who are in the housing, not-for-profit housing sector. I think it's important that we receive it formally and that we listen carefully to the recommendations that are being made into it. I cannot imagine that as we go through the term of council priorities, that housing is not going to come up at the top of everyone's list. And, you know, as a council, I think we need to start working on what our directions are going to be fairly soon. The clock is ticking on this term of council, even though it doesn't necessarily feel that way today. I have asked, or I'm going to ask the committee to agree to allow the first delegations, who are the authors of the report, to make a 15-minute presentation rather than have me present the report to you, which is certainly going to result in any number of inaccuracies. So with the will of the committee, there's a 15-minute presentation from the Katie and Carolyn, the authors of the report. Is that okay? Thank you. And with that, then, Katie Burkholder-Harris and Carolyn Witzman, you have 15 minutes to present the findings of your report to Planning and Housing Committee.
All right, just a question on slides. Is that me or you? Or you, Kelly? You're doing it? Okay. Thank you. All right, well, thank you so much, everyone, for coming today. We've really appreciated the chance to meet with you in advance of this. This report was developed by Dr. Carolyn Weitzman. Many of you have probably heard it ad nauseum from us, so we appreciate your willingness to hear it again. And if you could switch to the next slide, that'd be great. I do want to start, and I know it's been said, but this report is about land. It is about public land, and I think it's important to remember that we are on unceded land. We don't actually own the land that we are talking about. So when we talk about public land for public good, we need to remember how Indigenous peoples were first here, and that this is ultimately their land. And they also represent about 30% of folks who experience homelessness and a much higher number of people experiencing housing insecurity. Next slide. So it starts with home campaign, which many of you have signed on to, is something we did in advance of the municipal election. And we ultimately have three key messages: stop the loss of existing affordable housing, create more affordable housing, and preserve the quality of affordable housing. Next slide. And a key platform plank that this report is focused on is to create 1,000 new units specifically of nonprofit housing every year. And encouragingly, 16 councillors endorsed this campaign. And in having conversations with almost every single person on council and a few follow-up meetings, everybody's number one priority is housing and homelessness. And we appreciate the immense support for this work to move forward. And we want to use this report as an opportunity to take a bold next step. Over to Carolyn.
Thanks, Katie. So what we're talking about in this report is 1,000 nonprofit units per year for the next 10 years, 10% of which 100 units per year would be supportive. The number is based both on election time commitments by the current mayor, as well as a bit of a feasibility looking at the housing and homelessness report and also looking at the total quantum of housing that has been pledged by City Council. Now, this report was written before it was 15,000 a year as a pledge. We were thinking a little bit more about the current rate, which is a little under 10,000 a year, and saying that 1,000 of it should be nonprofit. The official plan talks about 20% of all approvals being nonprofit and affordable in the official plan at 15,000 a year, which is the quantum that has been pledged. That means 3,000 homes, but scaling up takes a while. And the quantum over the last few years has been between 100 and 200. Housing and Homelessness Plan talks about 750. We think that 1,000 is a legitimate ambit claim. Next slide, please. So how? The first recommendation, policy direction is work with nonprofit developers on publicly owned sites that have been identified way back in 2018 near stage 1 and 2 LRT stations, and talk about how it can be scaled up in conjunction with the Housing Accelerator Fund proposal, which, as you know, was recently announced by the CMHC. The portal for applications opens in June, according to the CMHC. Decisions are made at the end of the summer. So this is a fairly timely issue, and we would definitely recommend that staff report back as soon as possible in collaboration with the nonprofit housing providers about making this kind of scaling up pledge as part of the Housing Accelerator Fund. Next slide, please. Right. So the 2018 report on affordable sites was great. There's now LRT3 being talked about. So it's important to keep a pipeline of suitable sites for social and supportive housing. And we'd also suggest that staff identify further sites, particularly associated with LRT phase 3. So in other words, keeping a continual pipeline of government land. And I should probably take a step backwards and say this is based on international best practice. Almost all reports on social and supportive housing say that government using land will take between 15 and 30% of the cost off homes. Nonprofit developers can take up to a 20% cost off homes. So you're already working with a little bit of a discount before any other kind of grant or financing mechanism. Next slide, please. So the council said that there was a housing and homelessness crisis in the beginning of 2020. There's almost 45,000 units and identified in the census as being in core housing need. That's about 1 in 8 households. I could get into a very long discussion about 2021 and CERB, but I'm not going to. But I will be pedantic enough to say the core housing need doesn't include homeless people. And actually the Canadian summary of point-in-time counts found a doubling of unsheltered homelessness between 2018 and 2022. So this is a gross underestimate. It's probably increasing. Their core housing need doesn't include people who are in licensed and unlicensed rooming houses, and the City of Ottawa has a report on that. It doesn't include people in long-term care or congregate seniors care. It doesn't include at least 20,000 tertiary students in the rental market, again, citing a City of Ottawa report. So 45,000, real underestimate, and the vast majority of those folks are very low or low income. Next slide, please. It also doesn't include people who want to move away from their family or don't want to live with roommates for issues ranging from they're adults now to violence in their home. And again, an estimate has been provided of 10,000 individuals, a little bit more. And as we also know, there are people who are driving until they qualify for low-cost housing. So Ottawa saw a little less than a 1% growth between 2020 and 2021, while Gatineau and Lanark County saw a much larger growth, mostly young households. So what can the City of Ottawa do to address the needs of very low-income households? And also, what can the City of Ottawa do to address the need of larger, moderate income and sometimes larger sized households, as Councillor Curry said in the last 2 items ago. So why are estimates, there's at least 100,000 low and moderate income households whose needs aren't being served right now. That's an awfully big quantum. Next slide, please. So this gives you a sense of some of the income categories in one of my jobs. I'm working for the Housing Assessment Resource Tools, a national project funded by the CMHC. We have data on all municipalities, regions, provinces, territories, the nation as a whole. We have 5 income categories based on income categories that the CMHC has historically used to make sure that people are getting the right housing where they need it. And the right sizes. And this gives a sense of some of the affordable rents, less than $515. There is no rooming house unit available at that cost. There is certainly no other form of market housing at that cost. A little less than $1,300, particularly if you're looking at anything other than a bachelor apartment, and the most common group in core housing need are single moms. That's just not feasible right now in the market in Ottawa. Next slide, please. And again, this is sort of the composition of the 44,000 plus households that are in the census as being unaffordable, overcrowded, or poorly repaired homes, with 90% of them having affordability as their presenting issue. And you're looking at almost 31,000 households, not including all of the other groups I mentioned, and 6.5 thousand households who are very low income. Next slide, please. And this gives a sense of some of the priority populations. Single mother-led households across Canada are the most likely group to be in core housing need, and a little over 1 in 4 single mother-led households in Ottawa are in core housing need. New migrant and refugee claimant households also are very likely to be in core housing need. One of the reasons why Indigenous households aren't more likely to be in core housing need is that many of them are homeless, and so they aren't counted in core housing need. Next slide, please. So this is sort of the current market rents for a 1-bedroom apartment. This is according to Renter.ca March of this year. Almost $2,000 for a 1-bedroom apartment, $2,300 and change for a 2-bedroom apartment. Rents have gone up almost well over 15% in the last year. Next slide, please. The vacancy rate for Ottawa apartments that rent at less than $1,200 a month is 0.6. For apartments over $1,350, the vacancy rate is over 5%. But again, there's this absolute paucity, lack of low-cost apartments, and really, it's only. Thank you, Jeff. It's only. The market simply can't provide homes at this cost. Again, I could go on and on about the problems. I think I need to focus now on the solutions. Next slide, please. So the best long-term solution to homelessness and inadequate housing is scaling up nonprofit housing on government land. And again, I can throw reports at you for the rest of the day if you want. That's what the international consensus is. Next slide, please. Right. So just some reminders for those who say it isn't possible. Sweden built 1 million homes. At the time, Sweden had 7.5 million people over 10 years in 1965 to 74. And that would be the equivalent in Canada of 6 million homes today. Most of them were nonprofit. Most of them were prefab modular. People are looking at the CMHC report that says 5.8 million homes in the next decade and going, impossible. It was possible in Sweden in the 60s. Finland virtually eliminated chronic homelessness, less than 500 across the country. And they're building to 25% public housing, 30% co-op, and 45 private market targets. And they built 8,000 new social homes last year in a country of 5.5 million. So the equivalent in Ottawa would be 1,500 a year. So it's not impossible. Vancouver built over 350 new nonprofit homes on 4 rather small or city-owned sites over 3 years, and is committed to 1,000 more on 11 sites. And they estimated that there's a 25% discount from using free leased land and a further 32% discount by using a nonprofit developer in a 2019 study. Next slide, please. Right. So here is the methodology that we used. We had many excellent people on the advisory committee, including Ottawa Community Housing, Ottawa Community Land Trust, Ottawa Aboriginal Commission, Co-op Housing Federation of Canada. I think you'll be hearing from a few of them today. And we also had a lot of assistance, both from a colleague, Melissa Goldstein in Toronto, and pro formas from CADCO. And I see CADCO's here today. Next slide, please. So Ottawa is blessed in having a lot of well-located, vacant or underused land. Again, the project I'm associated with, HART, identified over 200 well-located, vacant or underutilized government-owned sites, not just Ottawa, but across Canada. Next slide, please. Ottawa has a strong social housing sector, 15,000 homes from Ottawa Community Housing, as well as a community land trust that could aggregate the assets of 7,000 other nonprofit homes. Next slide, please. And Ottawa has strong official plan commitments to support affordable housing through development fee and property tax waivers, minimize parking requirements, density bonuses, and expedited approvals. So the ingredients are all there for success. Next slide, please. So large scale sites bring an additional discount. Again, if I had a little more time, I could talk to you about some sites in Europe, same size cities or smaller, that are building 10,000 homes on large scale sites. St. Lawrence neighborhood ×2. And modular prefab housing has been used successfully to quickly bring on board supportive housing that can help move towards a housing first perspective. Next slide, please. The City of Ottawa, like Calgary, could have an affordable housing office that has one-stop shopping to help with federal and provincial grants, assistance to churches and other groups with land. Delegated rapid approvals is possible, and design excellence is possible. Social housing can be city building. Next slide, please. But it's really important to keep in mind the first rule of Land Policy Club, which is don't sell the land. That's my obligatory Brad Pitt reference. Next slide, please. So we're trying to get this over the finish line. Actually, we can move forward to the next slide because I know I'm running out of time. And
I'm going to dive in for the closer.
Yeah.
We've had the pleasure of meeting with almost every single one of you, as I said at the beginning, and we've heard all of you express investment and care for this issue. In Ottawa, you know that the housing crisis looks like one-bedroom apartments at $2,000. It looks like full-time university students in emergency shelters because they can't afford housing. It looks like people working full-time at factories as personal support workers, going home to sleep in a shelter. And it looks like people in our community calling your offices because their buildings are about to be sold and they're going to be evicted. We know that seniors can't downsize in their communities. We know that people are choosing between rent and food. And we know that businesses can't hire people because they can't afford to live in this city anymore. We're losing our talent because people don't or are unable to afford to live in Ottawa. In short, the housing and homelessness crisis, it threatens our growth, it threatens our municipal finances, and it ruins lives. In 2020, economist Sam Bowman wrote an article called The Housing Theory of Everything. He describes how fixing this one big thing, the housing crisis, can actually fix a whole lot of other seemingly unrelated challenges. Everything I've just named is at its core a housing issue. It's not fair that the least resource level of government has the most responsibility to challenge big challenging issues like housing and homelessness, but that is where we are. Other levels of government do need to come to the table in serious ways, but it starts with us doing everything we can within our control to tackle this issue. In my experience, reducing homelessness and tackling the housing crisis always starts locally. Vision, concrete action, and sheer tenacity from local leaders is what begins to turn the table. This report is intended to build on what Ottawa already has within its control, leveraging public land, a history of using strong, affordable housing zoning and tax enablers, and a really strong sector who's ready to scale up. The upcoming Housing Accelerator Fund is an opportunity for Ottawa to get some real money for nonprofit housing from other levels of government, but we need to show that we will use every tool we have to scale up. In order to make our city a world-class place to live, the single best investment we can make is in nonprofit housing. Affordable housing attracts talent, it reduces poverty and social challenges, and it shows vision. It is cheaper, smarter, and the most compassionate way to ensure that we have the best city for all. We can get there, and I'm glad to be working with all of you to do so. Thank you.
Thank you very much to both. It's a great report, and I know that folks will want to take a closer look at it after this meeting as well. We do have two motions to be put on the table now, and then I'll invite people to ask questions of Carolyn. We'll move into public delegations. Staff from housing are here, so there's an opportunity to ask them questions as well. But first, let me get the motions on the table. First, Councillor Gower has a technical motion with respect to the report.
Yes, I do. So whereas when the report was published with the meeting agenda on April 21st, it was inadvertently missing the page containing the land acknowledgement. And whereas a revised report has been provided to committee and the remainder of the report is unchanged, therefore be it resolved that the Planning and Housing Committee receive and replace document 1 with the revised document 1 on file with the Office of the City Clerk.
We'll have a strong debate over that motion ahead of receiving the report. And then Councillor Curry, I believe you have a motion as well to put on the table.
Yes, thank you very much. Whereas the City of Ottawa vacancy rate was at 2.2% in October 2022, and whereas the City of Ottawa has an established 10-year housing and homelessness plan for 2020 to 2030, and whereas the Alliance to End Homelessness Ottawa has presented its report titled Our City Starts with Home, Scaling Up Nonprofit Housing in Ottawa to the Planning and Housing Committee. Therefore, be it resolved that staff receive the Alliance to End Homelessness report and consider its recommendations when identifying programs and initiatives for the city's forthcoming submission to the Federal Housing Accelerator Fund, when refreshing the 10-year housing and homelessness plan, and when planning other initiatives in support of the municipal housing pledge.
Thank you very much, Councillor Curry. We'll deal with that one as well ahead of receiving the report. I anticipate that members are going to have questions of staff about how the recommendations that are contained within the Scaling Up Housing report are going to influence our upcoming application to the Accelerator Fund. So looking forward to hearing more about that.
Mr. Chair,
please.
When can I make a comment? Would it be now or later? Or?
Can I ask that we move into delegations?
Sure.
Or did you want to introduce that motion, or did you want to speak to that motion and what it's intended?
I really just want to quickly introduce
Please.
it. And honestly, Mr. Chair, I want to thank you, number one, for making sure that this is on our agenda. It could have been an attachment to a report, like to an attachment to an email, where we all just went, oh, wow, that's nice, good report. This is much more important, I think. A lot of things we do are important, but I really want to thank you for making sure it actually came to committee. And the other thing I want to say is my name is on this motion because somebody has to move a motion, but it could have been anybody. Everyone thinks the same thing. We have a mayor whose priority is housing. And I think when you have a report like this, it holds a ton of weight. And I really thank you so much for writing it, bring it to our attention and making sure it is this much in front of us. The other thing I would say is it starts with home, but with us, Mr. Chair, it starts with a very good plan and money. And that's what our role is here. And that's what hopefully this will result in with the Housing Accelerator Fund money. You know, we can't just keep saying it's that somebody else's problem. This is what we have to do. And I can't wait to hear the delegations. And I know this committee will be very supportive, but thank you very much.
Well said. And thank you very much, Councillor Curry. So let's move into delegations. First up is Mike Bilthouse. Mike, are you online
Just-
or you're not?
Are there any questions for us or no?
Oh, so
We can wait.
I hadn't anticipated that. Worst chair ever. What I would like to do is ask that you folks stick around until the end, and then after delegations, as people have questions for staff or for the authors, we'll delve deeper into that. Is that okay with you? Is that okay with the members? Fantastic. So let's move
Thank
into the
you.
delegations then, so we have the benefit of their comments. And Mike, you're online, no stranger to the committee. Mr. Bilthouse, please go ahead and take your 5 minutes.
Thanks so much, Councillor Leeper. Good morning, everyone. Indeed, I have had the pleasure of meeting most of you, and I'm here this morning representing the Ottawa Community Land Trust. We're very pleased to support the Starts with Home campaign, and as I think most of you know, we're working actively to stop the loss and create more through advancing the acquisition of existing market rental properties, turning them into nonprofit housing, and securing vacant land to build even more. So this report comes at a really critical time, and I want to acknowledge the moment as homelessness is on the rise. And as we know, the average rent increases in recent months are between 15 and 18% for units that are changing over to new tenants. And so to advance new solutions, we really need to draw on every tool that we have, which is what makes this report so exciting, because it allows us to rise to this moment. And I want to focus on the recommendations regarding land. As Carolyn noted earlier, in a report that came to council several years ago, 20 government-owned sites that are situated near Ottawa's LRT network were identified by staff as suitable for affordable housing. And I know that you all agree that we need affordable housing in every corner of the city. And what's exciting about these 20 sites is they cover many of those corners. They include Orleans, downtown, Lincoln Fields, Overbrook, Barrhaven, South Keys, Nepean, Bayview Yards, and others. And so when the city's 10-year plan on housing and homelessness was updated the next year in 2020, it actually recommended the creation of a land strategy for affordable housing, referencing the availability of these parcels of land. So how are we going to expedite unlocking these sites for development? And of course, when allocating parcels of land, we need to ask how that public land might benefit the most residents and advance the city's response to human needs. And I suggest that affordable housing does just that. Similarly, we need to ensure that the city and residents receive a maximum return for this investment. And when land is transferred to and retained by the nonprofit sector, not only will we get affordable housing for 10 or 25 years, but we'll see the development of permanent and often deepening affordable housing. Now, as the report notes, Ottawa is fortunate to have a strong sector, and the Ottawa Community Land Trust is willing to be a partner as we do this together. The report, and Carolyn this morning, referred to the Community Land Trust in Vancouver. The City of Vancouver scaled up its affordable housing through a partnership with the BC Community Land Trust, which some refer to as a social enterprise development company. In 2013, the city leased to the Community Land Trust for $10 for 99-year leases, 4 parcels of land together worth $25 million. From 2016 to 2019, these 4 city-owned sites were developed with 358 low to median income nonprofit homes. The Land Trust then subleased the sites to local housing cooperatives. But by owning and building out the 4 sites, the Land Trust developed a cross-subsidy rental model. Rents at one of the sites could be set at market rent levels, with the cash flow from that site subsidizing others rented at affordable levels. Effectively, market rate units are subsidizing others, which is the benefit of a common owner and a single portfolio across a multiple number of sites. The model was so successful, it's actually been scaled since then. And this is all interesting because here in Ottawa, when the city updated its 10-year plan in 2020, it actually recommended that the community explore the creation of a land bank or community land trust for affordable housing. Now, incorporated in 2021, the Ottawa Community Land Trust is keen to explore how we can serve as a bridge between the city and our community's nonprofit and co-op housing providers to explore the applicability of this model right here in Ottawa. It's the same reason we're working to acquire existing rental housing, to build a balance sheet with multiple assets that can be leveraged to do even more. Unfortunately, we're not alone. We know there's strong community support. And I know that the OCLT is quite new, but we're aiming to build a vehicle that can maximize community outcomes, including vis-a-vis the use of public land. Now, I've only been with the Land Trust for a few months, but the conversations that I've been a part of with most of you and others are actually quite encouraging and inspiring. Several of you have highlighted parcels of land in your wards that you'd like to see developed into affordable housing. I've met with community associations who want to see affordable housing considered as they work on secondary site plans. I've heard from groups actually wanting to develop affordable housing on park and rides in their communities. And I've also met with at least 2 well-organized groups wanting to start new housing co-ops. I say all of this because it makes me believe that we can actually be a little more ambitious. There's land, there's long experienced and emerging groups that wish to leverage that land, and there are models that we can learn from. And I think our residents want more solutions. So in closing, I hope the city gives due attention to each of these recommendations. Let's be smart in our use of public assets and ambitious and leverage every tool we have. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mike. Are there any questions of the delegation from members? Appreciate the delegation today. Ray Sullivan, I think I saw you in the room. Ray, thanks for joining us. You have 5 minutes to make a presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. My name is Ray Sullivan. I'm the Executive Director of the Canadian Housing and Renewal Association, which is the National Association for Social and Affordable Housing. But I'm not here representing that organization. I'm here as a concerned citizen who has been carefully watching affordable housing in Ottawa for more than 20 years. And we've been talking about a housing and homelessness emergency for a long time. It feels like I've been coming to this committee for many, many years talking about it as well. And just over 3 years ago, the City of Ottawa declared a housing and homelessness emergency. But this is a slow-moving emergency, isn't it? It's been building for a long time, getting a bit worse every year. And it's almost like we become acclimatized to situations that are clearly unacceptable. You know, we're at the point where we're seeing that asking rents for available apartments in the City of Ottawa are going up by 15% year over year. 1 out of every 5 renters is in core housing need. That's 80,000 people in the Ottawa-Gatineau area that cannot afford the rent where they live right now. And a couple of months after the city declared a housing and homelessness emergency, we were faced with a fast-moving emergency, right? A public health emergency. And what did we do? Well, we moved fast as a community, as a municipality, and we did things that we hadn't done before. We opened up new respite centers. The federal government created a rapid housing initiative. We created emergency income assistance programs. We reacted to the emergency quickly, taking emergency actions. But for these slow-moving emergencies, why do we continue to move so slowly? I'll pull one example from the Scaling Up Social Housing in Ottawa report, committing all of the city-owned transit-oriented development sites for affordable housing development. And I worked with the city 5 or 6 years ago on the working group that helped the city come up with these sites and identify and prioritize them. But why are we releasing them at a slow drip in an acknowledged emergency? Are we waiting for the perfect conditions? Or waiting for all of the stars to line up with federal and provincial funding? It's not going to happen. And as we're waiting, our neighbors are couch surfing, folks are living in tents, people are cutting back on healthy food, lining up at food banks just so that they can make that month's rent. The perfect conditions aren't coming, and our neighbors can't wait. So we need to release all of these sites now and see what kind of creative proposals come forward from the community housing sector. And then you need to find another 20 sites and keep on going from there, because there are at least another 20 sites. Will these projects be perfect? No. Will they make an emergency a bit better? Yes. And Ottawa has one of the strongest, and I can say this, the strongest community housing sectors in the country. You know, with leadership from groups like Ottawa Community Housing, from CCOC and CADCO, Multi-Faith Housing Initiative, and so many more, with the Ottawa Community Land Trust, and Mike was just on the screen, with the Ottawa Community Land Trust eager to move forward and address this problem, with a well-organized, well-respected, and well-connected social housing sector. So what are we waiting for? Are we waiting for the province to come to the table? That's not happening. Are we waiting for the feds to come to the table with actual sufficient funding to meet the need? That's not going to happen. Are we waiting for the city to magically have all of the resources it needs to move forward on this perfectly? Well, don't hold your breath. So here's a report produced from the creativity and initiative of the community housing and homelessness sector, with city staff, with Ottawa Community Housing, with many, many local experts on the research steering committee. Here are the practical steps that we can do. And a lot of them should be very familiar to you. They come from the city's own commitments. So creating consistent definitions of affordability, check. That's in the city's 10-year housing and homelessness plan. Building 1,000 units of community housing every year, check. Mayor Sutcliffe has made that commitment already. Prioritizing city-owned transit-oriented demand sites for community housing development, check. Commitment the city's already made. Working with the Community Land Trust, check. It's in the 10-year housing and homelessness plan. Implementing a community benefits agreement framework, check yet again. It's in the city's 10-year homeless and housing program. City government is where the rubber hits the road. It's where the action is. Do you need federal and provincial leadership? Actually, no. You need federal and provincial resources and funding. We need local city leadership. Responding to an emergency doesn't look like sitting on resources and waiting for perfect conditions. It means action, and you have before you an action plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sullivan. Are there any questions of the delegation? Seeing none. Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Ray, and also thanks to Mike as well. I appreciate all the work you're doing, and as I'll put on my other hat, Chair of Ottawa Community Housing, and we're trying to work moving forward, and we are doing not too bad. I was supposed to be going to a grand kickoff of Rochester Heights today, but I don't think I'll make it. We are building housing much in the model of what was spoken about with the mixed housing. It's more just trying to figure it all out. Ottawa Community Housing relies on CMHC, they rely on money, and they have the advantage of having their own property. Which is a big factor. I'm quite aware of the 20 properties that are across the city. Quite a few of them are actually in my ward. They're small little parcels that got created because of the train going through. So we've got these bonus land. So I just want to know how we can work together because I think that's really important in figuring all this out. But obviously funding is a big factor. We rely on the feds to come to the rescue. It's a factor. And the other big factor is just other I'll call it spontaneous. It's not a really good word, but other factors is like churches, which are looking into properties. And I'm quite excited about that because they are very dedicated. And it was mentioned about multi-faith housing initiative. So just some of the comments on that. Thanks.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's so much creativity in the local sector, and you know, hats off to the Unitarian Church, I think also in your ward, that transferred land to Ontario Aboriginal Housing Services for new housing development recently as well. Ottawa Community Housing is one of the leaders in the country. You know, they are on stride, they are creative, they are getting things done. They did something really clever with the redevelopment of their existing sites, and I think it's very important. Maybe you don't have the perfect deep affordability, the number of units, everything you need upfront at the beginning of the development project, but you have what you can do, and you start working on that. And then you see, as you go through, how can we make it more affordable? How can we add more services? How can we build on what's better? But waiting for it to be perfect before you take the first step means never taking the first step. And we collectively do a little bit too much of that. So, you know, securing land is the first step. Figuring out to build a building is the second step. How do you make the units affordable is the third step. How do you make some of them deeply affordable? How do you bring in support services? You don't have to do all the steps at once, but you have to start with the first step.
Thank you. I think we got a lot of delegations, so
Yes,
I think we better let them get going. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Ray. Is Tone Dreesen on the call? I understand he is.
I am. Thank you.
Tone, 5 minutes to make a presentation of the Planning and Housing Committee.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me here today. So as a city, we struggle to fund projects that can have positive social transformative outcomes. When we do commit funding, it's often too little to be truly effective. When we decide to build public housing or amenities like parks or community centers or similar public spaces, we're too complacent. We lack the bold vision to pursue the excellence that we need. And this is rooted in a risk aversion model, punitive contracts that exclude talent, and requests for proposals that undermine the public interest and demand things like cash discounts on award of contract if the city complies with its own legal obligations. This undermines the desire of talent to want to respond to publicly funded requests for proposal. We don't budget nearly enough and are content to let the private sector provide short-term limited affordability through CMHC funding that has of recently doubled the cost of doing business through their MLI program, which makes it harder to deliver the sustainable, affordable homes we need. We're content to let public-private partnerships take on that risk, and we can see from the LRT and Lansdowne how well that's worked. And we need to remember that P3 contracts and that kind of partnership can cost more, take longer, and deliver lower value. By contrast, Edmonton is a center of design excellence and hosts international design competitions for missing middle infill housing on publicly owned land. These are projects that are then delivered on time and on budget every single time. Edmonton, for comparison, is a city of the same population as Ottawa. Property taxes cost the same in Edmonton as they do in Ottawa. And Edmonton is committed to spending $2 billion on public infrastructure and public projects over the next 4 years. That's an admirable choice and makes Edmonton a leader nationally and internationally in how to build high quality municipal infrastructure. We know that that's what we need to make our city the place we aspire to be. We have the potential for excellence in our city. Our city-owned land can be transformative by bringing positive outcomes to the people who need it most. We have huge swaths of land that can be sustainably developed to create better places for people, and that can be done in the public interest. We have an opportunity to transform how we approach public housing and setting a stage for our federal partners to endorse and support our leadership. We have an opportunity to think creatively, to be innovative, and to lead. We should want every city in Canada to look to the city of Ottawa to be more than a place of failed LRT procurements and to do better. We are better than that, and I know that we are. We can be a role model for excellence in meeting the needs of our most vulnerable population with sustainable, socially transformative public housing. To that end, I ask that this committee and council more broadly accept this report and treat it with the urgency that it requires. Shelving it, accepting it for information, or sending it for further study simply delays the urgency of tackling these issues. That urgency can be tackled immediately with proper design competitions to solicit ideas, expand on projects, and show the potential for how a site can be developed for public housing. We need to rapidly expand our potential, and the time is now. We need to retain ownership of public land, specifically for affordable housing and housing affordability through land trusts or long-term leases that are tied to affordability metrics. We need to adopt an approach to design as a holistic problem-solving exercise to tackle urgently the urgent crises that we face. Housing, healthcare, climate, and well-being are all affected by how we design. How we design and how well we deliver the result is a direct product of how we hire. We need to reform our approach to commissioning projects so that these critical projects are advanced with creativity, equity, and fairness to deliver the built form that our residents not only need, but demand. We need to be prepared to take bold action to lead and listen to advice from decades of precedent from around the world on how to create better places for people. This urgency is created through a process that is nimble. Our conventional procurement processes are anything but. Let's make our best Ottawa by endorsing this report, using it as a call to action, and setting ambitious goals for leadership. 28 seconds to go. Thank you very much.
Take it. Thanks, Tone. Are there any questions from members? Appreciate your delegation today.
Thank you.
Glenn Grignon. Good morning, Glenn. Welcome to the Planning and Housing Committee. You have 5 minutes to make a presentation.
Great. Good morning, everybody. My name is Glenn Grignon, and I represent the Sandy Hill Housing Cooperative, established in 1982 with 62 family-friendly homes, initially funded by the federal government, 56-1, or you might know it as Section 95 programs. First, I'd like to take the opportunity to thank the committee for the opportunity to speak here today. Good affordable housing is in great demand in our city. We know this even in our little co-op from our own waiting lists. We've had a new member just move in who has been on our list for over 5 years. Now, I know that's not new information to the committee, and I know the social housing registry has massive waiting lists as well. So in what we'd like to say is we support the recommendations of the report. There's a great need for more nonprofit housing in Ottawa. We want the city to incorporate these recommendations into their planning and policy decisions. Why should the city do this? Well, we understand that working on this problem will require multiple approaches. Leverage Ottawa's co-ops, nonprofits, supportive housing, Indigenous groups to chip away at the city's housing availability and affordability issues. These groups want to work with you in partnership. We want a prosperous city. We want our children to be able to live and be able to work here in the city and not leave. One recommendation within the report is unlocking land to nonprofit housing providers, for example. Presents an opportunity for the committee to have significant impact and relatively quickly. I think, we could start seeing projects getting launched and working from there. This leadership will pressure other levels of government, agencies and government-funded organizations so that they follow suit. We need, we all know we have a ton of federal land in Ottawa. We need to show some leadership and say, it's time for you to step up as well. And then we can also look for some funding. As a long-standing nonprofit affordable housing provider that has just learned that the University of Ottawa has no intention of renewing our lease after 2028, Sandy Hill Housing Cooperative would certainly benefit from the city unlocking its lands for nonprofits. We are actively seeking partners to relocate and potentially, if we can, expand our community. We have been saving over the years to potentially redevelop on our existing site, but that will not work out. So now we have to shift and pivot. As stated in the recommendation for unlocking land, prioritizing Bayview is a great place to start, would be a great project. So in conclusion, I'd love to see the committee incorporate the report's recommendations into their policies and decision-making process in order to scale up some housing. Anyways, thank you for your time today.
Thank you very much, Glenn. Yep, Councillor Strasser.
Hi, thanks for being here, Glenn. Sorry, could you please repeat this? So you said that you're about to lose the land?
We lease our land from the University of Ottawa, and they want to build more residences. So we are now homeless as of 2028. We are 62 units, half of which, I would say 40% of which are 3 bedrooms and 4 bedrooms. And the rest are half are 2 bedrooms. And that other 10% is 1 bedrooms.
So the land is not city owned, it's university owned?
It sits right on the university. We're at the corner of King Edward and Somerset.
Wow. Well, thank you for letting us know about that. I will keep that on my radar, and please feel free to come speak to my office.
So we've been actively pursuing all kinds of connections and looking for partnerships, whether it be with politicians, talking to politicians, also looking at talking to the housing department, talking with developers, talking with anybody who will talk with us. We do have some capital. We're not, totally without resources, but we need a piece of land. And if we had a piece of land, we could move pretty quickly. We had already developed 2 plans for densification on our property at the university. We have our team, our architects are all lined up, our development consultants, everybody. We just need a piece of land.
Thank you for making us aware of this issue, and
Thank you.
Hi, thanks. I realize this is probably a bit of a sidebar because I know the delegation is about the report, but just a question on the land. Have you spoken with Canada Lands? Because, they've got 20%. I know I'm the councillor for Alta Vista and I have 2 properties
I know
there.
you have over the old St. Pat's property
Yes.
over there. Yes. So we are in the process of getting a hold of Canada Lands. Mona Fortier is our MP and has been slightly distracted in the last few weeks. We just announced this to our membership on April 2nd. So we've been hitting the road running since that date. So thank you.
Now I wonder if maybe it's more for the authors of the report with respect to Glenn's delegation.
We will be bringing the report authors back.
Yeah.
Afterwards.
Okay, I can hold my question. Thank you, Glenn, and thanks for your leadership in the co-op sector. I know you have many, many years of experience with this, so I appreciate that.
Thank you.
I just, Sarah, before you go, I have a co-op in my ward, exactly the same situation as yours. The landlord is actually the city of Ottawa. And the outcome for you shouldn't be, let's find land somewhere else for you to build. It should be, how do we retain where you are so you can retain your homes and stay at the existing location? So the advantage that your timelines and the co-op that I believe one of my colleagues to my right used to live in is facing is that we have some time for all parties to get together and work out a solution. But I just wanted to say you're not alone, but the goal should collectively be not let's find another place for these folks to move to, but retain the site they're at right now. So thank you.
I don't disagree, but we have a landlord and we have a lease and we have a legal contract that we have to abide to. So if the city wants to talk to the university and say, hey, we think you need to reconsider your plans, that's well within your position to do. We don't have a lot of leverage with them. They're a very large organization and we're a small co-op. Now, we're not the only co-op on university property. There's St. George's Co-op up the street on Henderson, and Councillor Plant actually lives in that co-op. And as far as I know, they're in the same position. Their lease is coming up at the same point. I don't have details on that, so I can't speak to their exact circumstance, but we are meeting with their board next week. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Glenn. Much appreciated. Aditya Rao is online.
Hi, everybody. Thank you very much for having me, councillors. I'm a bit shook. I used to live in the Sandy Hill Co-op, and I'm feeling for my former neighbors and community members as I was just hearing Glenn's deputation there. I'm a lawyer and a public policy professional, and I work on housing policy for the Canadian Union of Public Employees, but I'm not here representing the union. I'm here as a concerned citizen. I live now in Chinatown in Alex Laidlaw Co-op, paying a housing charge that is affordable. I'm here because I want everyone else who wants to rent to have the option to live in a co-op as well. And so I want to urge you to adopt this report. In my work through previous lives and careers, I've worked with refugees, folks living with disabilities, migrant justice work. And I can tell you that a common thread through all of that work has been housing. When refugees arrive, we need to first ask, where are they going to live? When folks are living with disabilities, if they lose their housing, their risk of death increases significantly. As racialized folks are threatened with housing insecurity, the risk of living in poverty, living without supports, and even facing hate crimes increases. So there's three main things I want to touch on here. The first is actually gambling. The second is supply, and the third is affordability. So on gambling, the problem that we have is that we have very few rules preventing bad actors from gambling with housing in Canada. It's perfectly legal for corporations to buy and sell housing just to make money. They inflate the value, create nothing for the community, and generate revenue for their shareholders. Overnight, a particular unit goes from affordable to unaffordable. They're also fixated on turning previously affordable units into income-generating assets for their investors. Why? Because they can. We allow them to, and that does no good. There's a recognition that we need to increase housing supply in Canada, but what does increasing supply mean? To most governments, it has just meant build, build, and build. Theory goes that increasing supply will put a downward pressure on prices and rents will stabilize. A lot of the national housing strategy money is being spent in this way. Let's just figure out how to build more housing. But the thing is, not all housing supply is good housing supply. That theory may work for beer, but housing is a basic need. Maybe we can argue that beer is a basic need. But if it were true, then given that investment in residential building construction has doubled since 2018, why haven't we seen rents go down? Evidence shows that people will pay pretty much any amount they have to in order to keep a roof above their heads. So when we often hear industry saying, well, this is what the market will bear, we should be hearing them say, well, this is what we're currently able to get away with. People choosing to pay 50% of their income for an apartment don't want to pay 50% of their income. They do it because they have no choice. So rents need to be commensurate with income. They need, and there are ways to measure that. The report talks about that. Market-based measures make very little sense. We often hear of measures like 85% of the average market rent, for example, but what does that mean? 85% of something that's totally out of control is still 85% out of control. So let's focus on income-based measures for affordability. Let's stop the loss of affordable housing and focus on public ownership. Instead of selling city land to private developers, lease it. Maintain public ownership so that the city has control over what happens next. In Winnipeg, an affordable housing initiative that operated for 30 years has sold their property to the highest bidder, at least in part because no level of government had any stake in the project anymore. The Alberta firm that bought the building boasts on their website that they want to turn underperforming units into income-generating units. And that's what affordable housing is to them, underperforming units, mid-market units, units that need to be repositioned. And now overnight, dozens of seniors are at risk of losing their home. The biggest obstacle to eliminating homelessness and ensuring housing affordability is not red tape, so-called red tape, or zoning bylaws, it's profit. When I pay my monthly housing charge to my co-op, I know that it goes into my community to maintain our homes. But for so many of Ottawa's residents, when they pay their rent, they're transferring their incomes to enrich some shareholders, many of whom don't even live in Ottawa. So let's build more publicly owned housing and stop relying on for-profit developers to find a solution. Profit-seeking companies have no interest in affordability. Let's stop pretending that they will deliver it. Let's focus on quality, not quantity. We need non-market housing. We simply do not need public dollars focused on building more market housing. The market is what got us into this mess in the first place. So let's focus public dollars on the public interest, not private profit. Let's build public housing, co-op housing, and nonprofit housing. That is what will guarantee deep affordability, generational affordability. Ottawa has been a leader on the housing file, not just provincially, but nationally. We can continue to lead the way. This report is showing us a clear way forward that non-market housing is what creates a measurable impact to address housing affordability in our city. Until we understand that relying on the benevolence of profit-seeking companies is a fool's errand, we will remain on this not-so-merry merry-go-round. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Aditya. I know there are some questions for you from members. Councillor Trosser.
Hi, Aditya. Thank you for being here. I fully agree that we need to scale up nonprofit and public-owned housing. The only thing I just wanted to comment is that a lot of the issues around out-of-control rents rest with the province. And I know I personally have been advocating, first of all, we have no tenancy control. So this is the problem. A tenant moves out, a landlord can raise the rent as much as they want between tenants. And there's also no provincially legislated rent control for any building that's built after 2018. So I just wanted to put that on the record that I agree with you. We need more public housing, but the vast majority of people do live in privately owned housing. And we're not going to change that immediately or anytime soon. And so a lack of rent control is having a devastating impact on my own neighborhood, and also a lack of tenancy control. Thank you so much.
Was that a question, Mr. Chair, for me to respond to?
You're welcome to respond. That was
Okay.
a comment, but just to say that we're not going to solve the rental crisis simply alone with building nonprofit housing. We couldn't possibly meet the scale of need. So provincial assistance on rent control legislation would obviously be helpful, but I'm not super confident with this government.
I'm going to treat that as a comment. I didn't necessarily hear the question there. So we'll move on. Aditya, thank you very much for your delegation today. Anthony Leaning is our next delegate. And I'm going to ask Councillor Johnson to take the chair for a few minutes.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the opportunity to voice my support for this report. My name's Anthony Leaning. I'm an architect in Ottawa and with CSV Architects. I've been involved for more than 4 decades in affordable housing as an architect. Over the years, these projects have included a number of programs that the city has supported, including Action Ottawa. We've done work through the CMHC Co-Investment Fund, and currently we're doing work for the Rapid Housing Initiative, which is being administered by the City of Ottawa. And these projects over the decades have addressed a variety of needs. They include family housing. I've done work on veterans housing, housing for women, for homeless, and supportive housing. So I have a little bit of experience in the sector. I've seen firsthand how the nonprofit sector delivers high quality housing. Because their stake is a long-term stake, they have a vested interest in better built homes that are more durable than market homes often. Energy efficiency is important because it reduces long-term operating costs. So there's a commitment there that happens to be in line with where society is going, but they've been thinking about it for years. And perhaps most importantly, this housing exists in perpetuity. It doesn't disappear into the private market after a period of time. So I support this report. There are many aspects to addressing affordability, many tools, but this report targets key areas that are within the city's control, and that's basically land, zoning, and development applications. And I'll make a couple of comments on some of those. In terms of the report identifies the potentials for using underutilized city land and surplus lands, but I wouldn't rule out the possibility that if you included land over transit and air rights, the city has vast areas of land at its disposal. That could be considered. In terms of zoning and planning, there are many tools that are within the city's control, but I wouldn't rule out the possibility, given our experience, of developing a particular use for supportive housing. Often the roadblocks that we've encountered in supportive housing, which ultimately gets sorted out through the appeal process, but at great cost and cost of time, are things addressing aspects such as parking, because there's a different set of needs around parking. The density is something that could be addressed, very much so. And we're currently running into problems with the R4U zone, which in an attempt to make buildings more articulated and apparently have more design character, are making buildings more complicated to construct and less affordable. So we're running into problems of additional setbacks that personally I don't think are useful. Glazing areas that we're asked to provide on main streets, which exceed building code minimums, in fact, exceed the recommendations for energy efficiency building in the national codes. They don't make a lot of sense and they add cost. And in the area of applications, the city has a lot of mechanisms and it's used many of those. But I would, lately there have been some additional initiatives which are quite interesting and I think offer some potential for unlocking more money. And one of those is the local improvement charges and finding ways to amortize the cost over a greater period. And finally, I'm hearing about the neighborhood improvement zones, which are an interesting area. So I think the city's doing work, and there may perhaps more things that could be added to the palette of options. Thank you very much.
Hold it. Okay, thank you very much, Anthony. Looking around the table, seeing no questions. Thank you for your delegation today. The next person we're welcoming is Garima Talwar Kapoor, who will be joining us virtually, I believe. Garima, are you on the call today?
I am. Can you hear me, Madam Chair?
Yes, we can. And you have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good morning. My name is Garima Talwar Kapoor, and I am the Director of Policy and Research with Maitri, a Toronto-based organization dedicated to advancing systemic solutions to poverty. I am pleased to be before the City of Ottawa's Planning and Housing Committee to speak about scaling up nonprofit housing in Ottawa by Carolyn Weitzman, Katie Burkholder-Harris, and Melissa Goldstein. By way of introduction, Maitri works with many partners, including civil society organizations, people with lived experience, and governments to further the recognition and protection of the human right to adequate housing. As a reminder, the human right to housing is legally recognized in Canada as per the National Housing Strategy Act of 2019. And though the act is a federal statute, it applies to all governments in Canada, including the City of Ottawa. Through this work, people often ask us what it means to make the human right to housing a reality. The recommendations in the Scaling Up Nonprofit Housing in Ottawa report provides an important way forward for how this goal can be achieved. First, the report calls on the city to set meaningful definitions for affordable housing and concrete targets for how to get there, by approving at least 1,000 nonprofit homes annually with dedicated housing for those in greatest need, including people with lower incomes and Indigenous peoples. Focusing on the outcomes of those in greatest housing need, while establishing timelines and initiatives to achieve these outcomes, are necessary steps to realizing the right to adequate housing. Secondly, the report calls on the city to use specific local tools to support the development of affordable housing. That is, the report recommends several ways that the city can unlock land for the use of nonprofit housing developers and providers, such as by committing municipal lands for nonprofit affordable housing, like the sites identified in Ottawa's 2018 Interdepartmental Task Force on Affordable Housing near transit stations. It also calls for changes to zoning and planning rules that would support nonprofit housing development and multi-tenant dwellings. These recommendations are illustrations of how a municipal government like the City of Ottawa can support the progressive realization of the human right to housing by using the maximum available resources it has, including regulatory mechanisms, to help people realize this right. Lastly, the report calls on the city to pursue capital and operating funding from federal and provincial governments for the creation of more affordable and greatly needed housing. This includes the development of permanent, deeply affordable housing and supportive housing. These recommendations not only focus on those, again, in deepest need, but call on the city to use another critical resource, working with other governments, to achieve these housing goals. Taken together, the Scaling Up Nonprofit Housing in Ottawa report is an important example of how the City of Ottawa can move to further the recognition and protection of the right to housing. The time to act is now, and with this report, the city has the evidence that it needs to move forward with recommendations. Thank you again for the opportunity to appear before the Planning and Housing Committee. I welcome comments or questions that you may have about my remarks. And given that I have about a minute left, I will say go Ravens, given that Carleton is my former alma mater. Thank you.
That's kind of an evergreen. We should just start our meetings with that. Go Ravens.
I agree.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I particularly appreciated the very succinct listing of the report recommendations. And I know we're looking forward to exploring further with the authors of the report some of the color around that as we move through this, and then also asking staff to talk to us about what they're doing already on some of those recommendations. So I appreciate that overview. Are there any questions for members? Seeing none, thank you very much for your delegation today. Steve Ball.
Morning, everybody. I'm also a Ravens alma mater, so go Ravens. I'm the president of the Ottawa Gatineau Hotel Association. You can hear me okay? We're also a member of the Alliance, and we endorse this report. We're thrilled to have Katie in our community, and this is the kind of discussions that are critical to advancing this issue. But today, I'm going to talk about the consequences of the lack of housing supply, particularly in the vulnerable population, and the significant impact it's having on other parts of the community. In the hotel industry that I represent, we're seeing issues that are concerning both from guest perspectives, but also from the staff that work downtown. And we aren't blaming everything on the unhoused, but certainly a large portion of the issues are driven from the streets. We are seeing an increased sense of desperation and unacceptable behavior that's impacting our ability to do business and to keep our guests and our staff safe. Today in our downtown core is in a rapid decline, and social issues downtown are in a rapid incline. It's only a matter of time before we have multiple encampments in our downtown public parks, like we're seeing in other cities. And I fear one day that we're going to be headed towards a council meeting that we're discussing where all the tents go. And if that should scare you, it should. It scares me. And it's going to make it much more difficult for us as a tourism community to be able to attract people to this city. We hear all the time that people are afraid to go downtown. And actually, we hear from the people living on these streets that they're afraid to be downtown. But most concerning is we're hearing too often from guests that they're afraid. And we can confirm this from all of our comments that we're seeing on our TripAdvisor comments. In fact, we had one that's most concerning just recently, where a woman did supply a comment that she was afraid to go out alone in the downtown core. But what was concerning about this was she was an invited group of event planners that Ottawa Tourism brought as a fam trip. And when you've got event planners that are afraid to go out into your core, that's a serious issue for us. We also intercepted an alert from President Biden's senior security advisor when they were here last March. And the president's team was instructed, and I quote, to avoid the Byward Market because it was determined not to be safe. And this is ultimately not the impression we want the world to have of Ottawa. So the message for me today is that the current housing situation is also making it harder for us to do our tourism jobs. And it's certainly affecting the guest experience, which is affecting our ability to grow our industry. I think there's, from what I've listened to this morning, there's certainly support for the Alliance's report. And I'm thrilled to hear that. There's plenty of credible research that points to providing housing as a first line of defense to combat street level crime and social disorder, and scaling up the nonprofit housing strategy to add affordable supply to the housing market is simply something we just need to do. It's not up for debate. So I want to applaud Katie and her team, and I hope that council does what needs to be done and we get moving on this project. Thank you.
Steve, thank you very much. I think it was Ray or it was Katie who mentioned the fundamental precondition of having adequate housing for people in the city in order for everyone to prosper. And without it, that foundation is precarious. I know there are questions for you, Councillor Droster.
Hi, Steve. Thanks for being here. And I remember you speaking at our Community Services Committee. This is, once again, just a comment. You know, it does make me sad when I hear people expressing fear of folks experiencing homelessness. And so I also wanted to reiterate the need for housing with wraparound supports, for supportive housing, for people who have high acuity needs and are perhaps struggling with addiction. But I did want to tease that out because the vast majority of people who are unable to afford housing is simply because it's too expensive. It's not necessarily because they have complex needs. And the reason I bring this up is because, of course, we're also struggling with the Ford government's completely inadequate allocation to the City of Ottawa, specifically for affordable housing with supports, which is the piece that is really going to help those folks who might be displaying erratic behavior that could be frightening to some individuals. So I just wanted to make that distinction because I think it's really important. Again, thank you for being here. And I really do appreciate how certainly in my community in Somerset Ward, it is business leaders who are some of the strongest advocates for solutions to housing insecurity and homelessness.
And Councillor, you're correct. I've been sitting on the Shepherd's Board of Directors for 6 years now because I did want to fully understand social agencies and how they function within our community. And you're absolutely right. It's hard to delineate or differentiate the different conditions that people are under when they suffer homelessness, but it's all connected. You're right. It's all connected.
Thank you very much, both. Seeing no further questions from members, Steve, thanks for your time today. Courtney Lockhart with the Co-op Housing Federation. Hi. We're all a little starstruck today. All the stars.
The greatest hits of housing,
Exactly.
housing sector,
This
not
is a great turnout.
family reunion.
Courtney, welcome to the committee. You have 5 minutes to make a presentation.
Great, thanks very much. Hi, everyone. My name is Courtney Lockhart. I work at the Co-op Housing Federation of Canada. I'm the Associate Director of Public Affairs and Policy. And CHF Canada is the national voice of cooperative housing. We represent 2,200 housing co-ops from across the country in every province and territory. In Ontario, there are 550 co-ops, and then in Ottawa, there are about 42 housing co-ops, represents about 2,800 households. And I've been a member of this advisory committee on this report, so I'm really happy to speak in favor of these recommendations. And happy to see other colleagues that you've been hearing from this morning, and Glenn and Addie from our local co-ops here. So we have about 2,800 households in Ottawa that are members of housing cooperatives who collectively own their homes. This form of housing is more affordable than the market rentals because most co-ops operate on a non-for-profit basis, resulting in smaller annual rent increases. Because they are mission-driven, their affordability becomes part of their ongoing operations in perpetuity. Co-op housing can offer the security of ownership at a more affordable rate than renting. There is no outside landlord who might sell, move in, or have an incentive to rent evict. Existing co-ops continue to pay dividends to the city by providing long-term security for residents and mutual support for a diverse range of households. As we're examining, what's the housing mix that works and what's not, new data suggests Canada's co-ops are among our most resilient form of housing. A recent analysis has shown that in 5 major Canadian cities studied, including Ottawa, co-op rents, or housing charges as we call them, become more affordable over time and dramatically more affordable compared to similar market rental units. So we studied apples to apples, townhome to townhome, 1-bedroom apartment to 1-bedroom apartment. And back in 2006, 7, and 8, co-op rents were about 20% lower than market rates. And this gap has widened over time. So now we're about 35% less than the market rate in the last few years. This is even across all unit sizes, apartments, and townhomes. So said differently, in Ottawa, the average 2-bedroom co-op rent is now about $475 less. Co-ops benefited from public investment, which supported the construction and operation in their early years, and the long-term payoff is clear. We now have permanently affordable homes in the city that enable people to put healthy food on the table, save for their children's education, and allow people to live securely. Think about the inflationary situation we are facing. Where else can you say that costs are going down? It is going down in co-op housing and now market housing. So as a sector across the country, CHF Canada is aligned with the goals and the recommendations laid out to the committee in this report. We've long advocated for the release of surplus land to minimal or no cost to be used for the construction of non-market housing. Land costs are often the single biggest deterrent to new affordable housing development. And we are working with other levels of government, orders of government, to make this happen because the housing problems we face require solutions from all levels of government. The 2002 federal budget launched a new cooperative housing development program, which is 1 million in grants, 500 million in grants and 1 billion in loans. This program represents the first federal dedicated funding program in over 30 years. And the budget also commits the federal government to work with the Cooperative Housing Federation of Canada and our colleagues across the sector to co-design this program. So we're looking forward to launching this program in 2023. We've talked a lot about the province as well. We engage with the province of Ontario and continue to advocate for new Made in Ontario affordable housing programs. I have colleagues to speak with the province every week, and we work with service managers across the country. And I urge you to act on the recommendations in this report. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. And I know do have a number of questions. Councillor Brockington.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you for your delegation. Proud to say that River Ward has 8 co-ops of the 42 within the city. And I agree with many of your statements about the value that co-op housing provides its members and the need for more co-op housing for a number of reasons that you've outlined. I'll just say that my experience, I agree with you that the rents are less than the market rent, but many co-ops have experienced challenges with sort of long-term budgeting and financing, and their rents have been traditionally well below market rent, and that's created some long-term problems for the co-op because they're not saving enough money to do capital retrofits, and at the end of the day it becomes a major problem. But my question for you is based on what we heard from one of the previous delegations and problems that at least exist in other words, and that is when land leases come to the end of their when the agreement matures. And we heard the example of the co-op on the University of Ottawa property. There's a co-op in my ward that's looking down the barrel of this as well. What assistance can your organization provide co-ops to ensure that the members aren't literally thrown out of their homes because the land leases are going to expire? There should be a mutual focus or objective of all parties to find ways to renew those leases to keep people in those homes. So what advice can you share with me that I can share with those co-ops?
Yeah, good question. A couple things. I will just say, yeah, your point about co-ops as they're working right now and maybe having some financial difficulty. Something that we're really hearing from our members and pushing across this country is to do more portfolio approach work and scaling up. So we want to work with partners like the Ottawa Community Land Trust so that we don't have co-ops by co-ops having to negotiate or protect the good work and the housing that they have. So that's something that we're doing across the country. We have some examples in Halifax, lots of great work in Vancouver, Kingston as well. So that's something that we are paying attention to. And the second part of, just supporting negotiations. Again, this is something that's, very important. A lot of co-ops are on city lease land. In Vancouver a couple of years ago, there was this huge portfolio of co-ops that all had to re-up their leases as well. So what we do as a sector, we try to provide data like this to city councils, to other orders of government to say, this is why you need to prioritize it and have like special place in your policies and how you negotiate around land for nonprofit providers.
Thanks. Councillor Kavanaugh.
Thank you very much, Courtney. Co-op housing is wonderful. I've lived in it twice, once at University of Guelph and then again here in the Westboro Co-op, where my kids were very small. And it's a great experience. I'm pleased to hear that there'll be financing finally after 30 years for new housing. What does that look like in Ottawa? And how much of that will be family friendly housing? Because I think that's what we're finding is our biggest need in terms, and that's what I found is great in co-op housing, is that it was very family friendly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so it's $1.5 billion to develop co-op homes. And you can kind of do the math about how many new doors that will make. It is supposed to be a national program, so it's going to be available to co-ops across the country. And where places it will probably make the most impact, the most like quickly, is where there's kind of scale and capacity already. So we have some partners here. There's pockets of it. But the other part, sorry, what was your question about?
About family units,
yes,
because like townhouses, et cetera.
Yeah, so something that's been really important for our members, you might be hearing it from communities as well, is like the concept of aging in place. So the fact that you have people that live in housing co-ops and maybe throughout their lifetime, their needs change on how many bedrooms they need or accessibility requirements. A lot of the stock that was built in the 80s doesn't meet modern accessibility standards. So that's something that's really important, so that we're designing new projects and new co-ops that have a bit of a mix so that you can meet like a diverse range of needs.
Yeah, that sounds sensible. But that's what we're finding is in terms of development, that the tendency just out in the private sector is building small units. When we, hear and Councillor Curry talked about that. Mm-hmm. So I'm wondering if the co-ops are tackling the fact that families are finding it hard to have affordable housing, and what your role in that is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, one thing I would just say too is that our members are really in this, they're feeling the crunch. Like you heard from folks, right, that they have wait lists, there's huge need, and they only have so many units. So our job as a sector is we're advocating for more, to build more, so that we can, have like appropriate housing for most people. Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate the fact that you're talking about a mix, because that's true that people move on and they don't need a townhouse after the kids grow up and all that, but maybe they want to stay around. So I appreciate that, but I hope there's definitely an emphasis on the families. Thanks.
Thank you for your presentation, Courtney. With respect to the recommendations in the report, I can understand from your delegation that certainly land being devoted to co-op housing and the building of co-op housing will be essential. Mm-hmm. But what I would like to know is, let's say, in the example of what Mr. Sullivan put forward, we released the 20 parcels of land all at once. Co-ops are small. They are unevenly governed, let's say. Some have more and less experience. And I know sometimes there may be some reticence on the part of the city to invest in that kind of turnover and that kind of leadership. So what is happening right now in the co-op sector and with other agencies within the Ottawas? I want to know about the Ottawa landscape, please. For mutual support and perhaps some kind of systemic approach to how to address those opportunities, because to have 46 individual players becomes really burdensome. So is that something your agency is doing, or is that something that another agency in the constellation of housing sector organizations are thinking about doing to respond to all of these new opportunities?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a good question. The kind of independence and like the democratic decision-making of a cooperative is very inherent to how the co-op operates. But to respond to the housing need and the context, what we're really hearing a lot from members that we need to grow at scale. And that is really what we've been focusing on, as an advocacy organization, just to work with our members on how they can scale up and how they can be ready for new developments, and to partner with other organizations, with municipalities, things like that. All of this is under what we call our Co-op Housing for All vision. And so a couple of those mechanics would be we have our finance and asset management services, so that co-ops can kind of be ready when opportunities arise, when they're operating agreements, and we're seeking investment largely from credit union sector to refinance, so that they have capital to work with. And one of the other things, as I was kind of mentioning, is scale that's working really well, is to kind of pull lots of small players together. So one example that's happening in Nova Scotia actually is Compass Nova Scotia, which is essentially it's a provincial model now that's a bunch of co-ops that are all pulled together to make one co-op across the province, and they're all leveraging their own assets together. So we have that, what we call it like a Compass model. We have one in Ontario. We'd love to do more like that with like the Ottawa Community Land Trust, and how do we support the existing co-ops to kind of feed into that and then leverage their existing assets to build more.
Thank you for those comments. I certainly want to bring forward that, the housing sector has been working towards a readiness for these types of investments for a long time, so that we don't actually have to imagine that the administrative side would require a big, long ramp in order to deliver on some of the recommendations for this report. So thank you for that.
Yeah, and if I could just add quickly, the Co-op Housing Development Program federally, will be designed as well, so that can be one step towards many more co-op homes across the country.
Thank you very much, Courtney. I don't see any other questions from members. Thanks for your delegation today. Mark McCauley is with Salus and is our next speaker. While Mark is making his way to the table, I just want to say thank you very much, Mark, for the care that you've taken of your residents after the flooding incident for your property in Westboro. I know they appreciate it, so thank you. You have 5 minutes to make a presentation to the committee.
So thank you, Chair and committee members, for this opportunity to speak. My name is Mark McCauley. I'm the Executive Director at Ottawa Salus. I'm also a registered psychotherapist. As a not-for-profit for 45 years, we have quietly provided professional, evidence-based, supportive housing each year for over 700 people in our community, and primarily for people who are experiencing serious, persistent mental health and substance use health issues. Salus is really an expert in supportive housing, and it's a small part of the overall larger housing issue. However, when people don't have the supports in the larger building, it affects the life of everyone in that building. So we say often housing plus supports equals resilience. Resilience for people, resilience for our community. So some of the services we provide are case management, on-site community development, housing coordination, transitional rehab, occupational therapy, recreational therapy, peer supports, and substance use supports. But as I said, we have been quiet and we cannot afford to be quiet anymore. Today, on behalf of the clients that we serve and those who we could or will serve, I ask for your support for a new generation of purpose-built, nonprofit, permanently affordable housing. With 14 properties, Salus has the experience, the capacity, and the ability to scale up. Lack of access to housing and homelessness is one of the biggest challenges we're hearing here today that are facing our community. And we know that without a roof over a person's head and food to eat, wellness and recovery are not possible. The numbers don't lie. Not-for-profits are an efficient way to deliver services. For example, in Ontario, the average cost per day for hospital stay is $486. And for supportive housing, $72 per day. But it's not just the numbers that matter, it's the people who are behind those numbers. If we could pull up the slide, please. I want to share a small story. We've heard about principles, policies, procedures. And here in this slide, I want to share the story here of Marina. In 2014, Marina was struggling with undiagnosed schizophrenia that eventually led to her becoming homeless and living on the street. She came to live at Salis and stayed 9 years. She just left last year. In a conversation with Marina, she said, I can confidently say that Salis staff saved my life. With Salis by my side, I regained confidence that I had lost all those years ago. When I asked how, Marina said, you don't just help and house people through affordable housing, you also offer the mental health support and resources to every tenant who is willing to receive the help and to begin a journey to a better life. I finally have a good support system and a fulfilling life again, thanks to the care and support I receive from Salis. Without them, I would still be on disability program. I wouldn't have had self-confidence to look for a job. She's at EBC. And I might even still be on the streets or worse. Her last comment to me was, each and every one of us deserves a life filled with meaning and hope, regardless of what life throws in our way. So while we have a daunting challenge in front of us, very complex, I invite you today and in our future conversations to place Marina right here in the center of the room and to think about Marina, because she could be your friend, she could be your mom, she could be your dad, your sister, your brother. But the decisions and policies that we are approaching here today and what we're putting forth is essential to the life of our community. So we have a real opportunity here to unlock the capacity of our community resources by helping not-for-profit housing developers scale up, allocate the government land, which we've heard, and bring in all levels of government together. We know solid policy will guide our direction. So we must act quickly to support the citizens of Ottawa currently struggling, who are homeless or at risk of losing their home. As well, I also want to say our frontline workers, they're struggling. They're out there to provide the right kind of support. So there's no time to wait and there's no time to be quiet. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and the committee for this opportunity.
Mark, thank you very much for that. I know there are some questions from members, starting with Councillor Curry.
Thank you very much, Mark. Super helpful. When I was at Options by Town, the reality was they don't have a nurse on site and they're not in the boundary of Centertown, what public health or community health center. They're not in a boundary. So they can't have people who live at Options by Town even go to that health center.
Do you mean options on Cumberland or do you mean options on Gilmore? Because on Gilmore, they're definitely in the catchment.
Yeah.
Options by Town.
Yeah,
If
there's
it's
an
the
options
one-
by Town on Gilmore, which is absolutely in the catchment.
It's the one we visited. It's
One we visited, well,
Yeah.
Okay, so that
Cumberland.
one's in the market.
so
Okay.
the understanding we had is they're not even in a catchment to be able to go to that health center. So I have a couple of questions for you. So what all you said was bang on, obviously. But how do you advocate you've been advocating to the Ministry of Health? Who else are you talking to say, like, there are some other problems with supportive housing?
Significant, the state at 54 units is involved with a Salis potential development that are at risk. In that proposal for the supports, nursing is one of the resources that we have asked for and potentially will receive because we recognize that as essential. I am on the board for Addictions Mental Health Ontario. And so as all this is going on, I'm speaking to the ED there to advocate with the ministry. I'm also having conversations with the ministry. As we all know, we had a recent flood and there's impacts with that on the housing. So we're having presentations on that. I am also have invited Katie. I'm at the table for the Addictions Mental Health Roundtable here, which involves Ontario Health and all our hospitals. And she will be presenting Monday the findings of this report, because this issue requires, it's not a city problem, it's a community problem. And it involves our healthcare providers at all levels. We need our public health, we need our health teams. We all need to be sitting together to figure out the solution for this, because the impacts here at this end affect the longer term health picture.
And you're hopefully going there with some math.
Absolutely, math. Before I became a psychotherapist, I was a banker, and I love numbers.
Good, because that's the argument I think you constantly have to make, right? That with the other speaker, and I think Katie made the point as well, when you can translate it into the savings.
Absolutely.
But I mean, the other thing about options, they have one psychotherapist like you, and doing one program for an hour with a person once a week or something, like it's nowhere near enough.
It's absolutely. I mean, we all know that there's a lot of trauma, and therapy is an important part, but also what we know is the social determinants of health. That is the foundation to the work we're doing in the community. The therapy, you can't get to the therapy until you get to the social determinants of health. So these supports are essential.
Great. Thank you so much for all you're doing.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much on behalf of Salus for all your work, because I know Ottawa Community Housing really relies on Salus. You're in a number of our buildings, and it makes all the difference. Supportive housing, I don't think people understand that it's not just about affordable housing. The supports are absolutely necessary, especially if you're taking people that were homeless. There's usually a reason why they're homeless. There's complications, and they need various helps. And I appreciate the work that Salus has done. You talked about not being quiet anymore. I saw your campaign, and I was surprised by it, because normally you're in the background. You're doing a fantastic job of helping our residents, but you had to speak out on what happened with the province. But what surprised me also is that you're telling people to focus on contacting their MPs. Can you explain that?
To move a system, we need to move it in tandem. And our MPs are an important part of that process. So having that, and as part of this campaign, and what's occurring of recent days, is exactly in line with that. It just, we have to do it. And our provincial funder, like for example, our budget, almost 50% to 60% of our budget is provincial dollars. So it's an integrated component. We need to have our MPs as part of the solution.
I appreciate it, because certainly that's a big part of the affordable housing picture, is that supportive housing. And again, appreciate your work.
Thank you. Okay. Good.
Thank you very much, Mark. Thank you very much for the delegation. Thanks, members, for your questions. I do have a status update with respect to corporate security that I'm going to ask Caitlin to give us an overview of.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We've staff and members of council have been advised that due to an ongoing incident at Lisgar Collegiate, City Hall is in a secure facility status. This means that entry and exit from the facility is strongly discouraged, and Ottawa Police are currently on scene. Following the recess, we will confirm, but I believe the meeting will be able to continue in its hybrid format with delegations who are here in person and on Zoom. But currently the doors to City Hall are locked. So if there's anyone listening that was planning to attend in person here at City Hall, you're strongly encouraged to join this meeting virtually.
Thank you very much. So my intention is to continue with the meeting this afternoon, but I had discussed with members taking a 15-minute break now. Just we're about halfway through the speakers list. Let's move our legs, grab a bite to eat, make phone calls, and we will resume this meeting in 15 minutes. And at that point, we'll just make a final confirmation that we're continuing with the meeting this afternoon. Thank you. We'll continue the meeting as soon as the clerk informs us that we have quorum. Dean, you'll be up as soon as we resume. And members, we have quorum, so we'll get the meeting resumed. So we'll resume on the back half of our delegate list. And Dean, no stranger to the committee, welcome again. And you have 5 minutes to make a presentation to the committee.
Hi, everybody. Good to see you again. Let's just make sure. Yeah, we're good to go. Okay. So good morning, everyone. My name is Dean Tester. I'm the co-founder of Make Housing Affordable. I'm here today to support the Scaling Up Nonprofit Housing Report and urge you to adopt every recommendation they've made. In 2020, Ottawa City Council declared a housing and homelessness emergency in Ottawa. And I'll quote our chair from the council meeting at the time: "Lives are at stake. When lives are at stake, we call that an emergency." An emergency is a serious, unexpected, and often dangerous situation requiring immediate action. 3 years later, things have gotten significantly worse. We've completely failed to act. Our shelters are overflowing. Our homeless population is skyrocketing. Our food bank had 400,000 visits last year, an unprecedented number. So we've got to act now. And the Alliance to End Homelessness has given us a fantastic blueprint to tackle this crisis. I live right next to a Nepean Housing Corporation affordable housing development here in Barrhaven. And let me share with you what their website says when you visit their Rent With Us page. In all caps, no vacancies. Our units have an approximate waiting list timeframe of 3 to 8 years for 1 bedroom, 2 to 5 years for 2 or 3 bedroom, 5 to 8 years for 4 bedroom units. These are the very real consequences of failing to build social and affordable housing in our city. In my opinion, we are not doing nearly enough. According to the report you've received today, if we kept building social and affordable housing at the current rate, it would take 50 years to meet our affordable housing needs if we had 0 population growth. We all know we're not going to have 0 population growth. Our population is growing in Ottawa faster than ever. It's rapidly outpacing our efforts to build affordable housing. The housing crisis is accelerating, and anyone who tells you they have a plan that's working from any level of government is, quite frankly, gaslighting you. And it's easy to point the finger at provincial and federal governments because they have both failed our city when it comes to funding social and affordable housing, but the city has to do its part too. We can lead by example, set clear targets, unlock land for affordable housing, use the full extent of zoning and planning tools to cut costs, accelerate projects, and get shovels in the ground, and be a champion for affordable housing. We must convince the provincial and federal governments to do their part. Thank you so much to Katie and Dr. Weitzman and everyone who's been a part of this. The report is just phenomenal, and it has my full support and the full support of the folks that Make Housing Affordable.
Dean, thank you very much. I'm looking around to see if there are any questions from members, and see none. Thank you very much for your presentation today. Graham Husey will be our next delegation. Good afternoon. I know you know the format. You can chair this meeting. Please go on ahead.
Thank you. Happy to be here. Graham Hussey, President with CADCO and Director of Housing Development with Centertown Citizens Ottawa Corporation. We were really happy to help contribute to the report. We helped envision and create the development scenarios and the pro forma financial modeling. And I spend my day along with a team of 15 focusing here in downtown Ottawa on creating affordable housing with many different nonprofits, co-ops, and charities. Next slide, please. So we've talked a lot about the need for affordable housing and why to make change. And what I want to talk about is a bit related to Councillor Johnson's question of, do we have the ability and the capacity to do that? Really, to create any project, whether it's market or affordable, we need three things: land, money, and capacity. And the focus of CADCO is helping to enable the projects through the capacity. We've been working with more than a couple dozen nonprofits, charities, and co-ops in Ottawa to create projects that are waiting for the support from the municipality and other levels of government. Next slide, please. We have the same roles and responsibilities as any other real estate developer, nonprofit, or market. We're helping groups find that land, secure the financing, and oversee the project until it's complete. We've basically amalgamated the capacity of the sector in Ottawa, in addition to Ottawa Community Housing, to help serve all of those smaller groups that don't have the dozens and hundreds of staff that Ottawa Community Housing has. We've worked on projects from women's shelters fleeing domestic violence, all the way to permanent mixed income rental housing, affordable home ownership, and we're the sister corporation to CCOC. Next slide. CCOC is probably well known to many others. We're the largest private nonprofit landlord in Ottawa, one of the largest in the countries. Out of all of the various 60+ groups in Ottawa that own and operate affordable housing outside of Ottawa Community Housing, we're the largest with the most amount of units. We have a mixed housing model. I like to describe it as if you put everybody in Ottawa in a snow globe and you shake it up, that's who lives at CCOC. People of all different sizes, income, abilities, and some that need supports and some that can live independently. Next slide. As I said, we're working with a couple dozen nonprofits, co-ops, and charities throughout the Ottawa area right now, actively on projects. Some of that involves government land, but most often it involves these groups taking risks to buy the land, to secure that, to then try and get the government funding and financing to complete the project. We've noticed during the creation and unrolling of the National Housing Strategy that there is a huge need for capacity. How do you do it? Where do you start? It feels like a bit of a black box. We're spinning our wheels. And so what CADCO does in Ottawa to help these groups, we've envisioned doing that at a national scale. And then this past year, you can turn to the next slide, we've just launched a national program across the country to coach and mentor nonprofits to increase their capacity to develop more affordable housing. I'd simply describe this as taking a group who might know how to do one project and helping them build the knowledge to do many projects at the same time, to address the need and to make that more sustainable. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Graham. I've got a question. Councillor Kavanaugh.
Thank you very much, Graham. Appreciate your work. I look at you as someone who's partnering actually with Ottawa Community Housing is doing its job, and I see CADCO as doing its job as well. And I just want you to ask you about that relationship, because there's different needs out there.
Yeah, I think absolutely. A lot of respect for Ottawa Community Housing. They're really focused on development and increasing their amount of units that they provide right now. We have a great relationship with them in general. They have a really good collaborative relationship with the sector. I'd say it's a very collaborative sector. We need all of it. We need Ottawa Community Housing to scale up, and we need all the other nonprofits and co-ops. And I think sometimes that can happen where groups partner with Ottawa Community Housing, and other times CADCO can help those groups to maybe do it on their own or to lead their own projects. So very complementary.
I'm finding that one of the areas where there's growth in terms of affordable housing is churches, particularly in older neighborhoods where congregations are dwindling, but they're still a strong core, and they really want to help. Is that a target for that you're working, is that a group that you're working with?
Absolutely. I think it's always been, a lot of affordable housing groups originate through some type of faith support, whether it's the downtown shelters or Cornerstone Housing for Women. They were all created by faith organizations. We're working with a number of faith groups, including Unitarian House in Westboro, working on probably 6 different sites with the Anglican Diocese of Ottawa, but there's been many different faith groups who are interested in kind of leveraging their land to create affordable housing in partnership with nonprofit groups. It's a big opportunity.
One of the missing links that in terms of private sector is they're building smaller units, and we've raised this a few times, and the big gap is family units. Is that a focus for CATCO as well?
Yes, it is, but we tend to work with many different groups, and so the focus of any one project more depends on the different groups that we're working with. So for instance, we're working on a project with Ottawa Solace. They serve people who not only need an affordable place to live, but need those supports. It typically focuses on a single household. So when we're working on a Solace project, it might have that focus, but we're also working with co-ops and other nonprofits like CCOC who have more of a mixed unit type and more family units. But it's definitely something that's really needed.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, and nice to see you, Graham. And we didn't coordinate the brilliant question on my part with his presentation. That was actually just a naturally occurring genius. But I wanted to ask with your expertise to comment more on the second recommendation of the report when we're looking at the timelines and what it takes for affordable housing development to get through the city. What are the current barriers that you can help this committee understand that we have control over, that we could undo to expedite the development of affordable housing for those partners that have the capacity and are ready?
Yeah, so right now, most of the affordable housing projects created in Ottawa and in Canada rely on various numbers of financial sources. Some people call it a lasagna. It might be anywhere from 5 to a dozen different sources of financing, but to get that support, you typically have to be site plan approved or shovel ready. So what the City of Ottawa can do is unlock its sites to groups that can bring those sites all the way to the point of being shovel ready, kind of like previous speakers were talking about. And during that time, they can be assembling the various funding programs and supports to pay for the construction of the project. So I think unlocking the land is the first one. Some of the other report recommendations talk about that planning process and timeline and having stewards to support that. That certainly would be beneficial. And then I think the community improvement plan, that the housing branch is working on is something that can kind of complement that and help unlock some financial mechanisms in addition to the land.
Thank you very much, Councillor Johnson. And I don't see any further questions from members, so thank you very much for your delegation today, Graham. We're going to go to Annie Carruthers, followed by Tom Belanger, Larissa Cheshire, Sam Hirsch, Cheryl Parrott, Anne Marie Mason, John Lee and Bethany Wallen, Joseph Ostrowski, and Steve Pomeroy. So Annie Carruthers. Oh, and Liz Wigfull, I apologize. Good afternoon, Liz, Annie. We'll get your mic on there.
Okay.
Thank you. Good morning, or good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You have 5 minutes to address the committee.
Okay. My name is Annie Carruthers. I'm the chair of the board of directors of Options Bytown, one of Ottawa's oldest providers of supportive housing to people coming out of homelessness. I was to have been here with Liz, but unfortunately she had to leave, so I've got her notes. Options Bytown believes that the report being presented today provides viable options for increasing Ottawa's delivery of affordable, supportive housing in a cost-effective manner. We believe it's a valuable tool to inform policy development and to support our city's request for resources from the federal government under the Housing Accelerator Fund. I'll talk a little bit about Options Bytown. Supportive housing is exactly what the name suggests. It's housing with support. Support in this context can be many things, but ultimately it is support to keep tenants housed. Supportive housing often operates on the principle that housing is an unconditional right. Regardless of the issues that might contribute to a person's being labeled as difficult to house, housing is a non-negotiable need. Getting over being hard to house comes later. Little can be achieved without housing. Options Bytown operates on this principle. We provide supportive housing through our management of the 134 apartments that we offer to people living in homelessness. We also run a Housing First program, which helps people experiencing chronic homelessness to find scattered site housing around the city, and then provide wraparound supports to those people. At Options Bytown, we take people as they are. We don't require sobriety. We don't require employment or a clean criminal record. We offer homes and services that include assistance in connecting with health services, help with pet care, help applying for financial assistance, help getting food, help overcoming hoarding behavior, and help getting access to mental health and/or substance use supports. We provide 24-hour on-site support and crisis intervention. We do all this with grants and contributions from multiple sources. We're stretched to capacity, as you've heard from many people here, and we have a waiting list of over 600 people. This type of program is the solution to homelessness. It works. The vast majority of people that leave homelessness for housing with support stay housed. They become less likely to require emergency and other health services. They become less involved with law enforcement. At Options Bytown, we see this every day. We get results. Across our programs, we have an over 90% success rate, which means that the vast majority of our tenants stay housed. At Options Bytown, we want to do more. We have a trained and competent staff. We have an operational model that addresses the full scope of our clients' needs. We have experience. We've been in the business for 35 years. We're a lean and effective organization, and we are ready to step up. So what's stopping us? We need more housing units, and we need more funding to deliver services. Ooh. Everyone can get their head around the moral argument for ending homelessness, but an economic argument also has to be made. We've all heard the story about $1 Million Murray, the Reno, Nevada man whose consumption of services related to his experience of homelessness exceeded $1 million over the course of 10 years. This article didn't land far from the truth. By any estimate, homelessness is expensive. In Canada, the average cost of supporting a single person experiencing homelessness is $53,000 per person per year. There are 1,000 chronically homeless people in Ottawa, so we can all do that math. Comparatively speaking, the cost of supportive housing is low. A 2017 study shows that once the related savings around reduced use of emergency services, interaction with the legal system, and shelter costs are factored in, a Housing First supportive housing approach costs between $15,000 and $22,000 per person per year.
Leave the moment for a couple of sentences to wrap up.
I'll jump to the end. If Ottawa is serious about taking a leap to achieve its targets for ending homelessness, the report that you've been given today is pure gold. And I'll just go through some of the highlights. It provides a credible basis for policy development. It provides a proposal for really responsible land use, a way to leverage partnerships with existing and willing organizations, evidence-based, costed targets, and policy options to achieve them. It's the evidence we need to make a credible request for funding. So in closing, and I apologize for going over, I do encourage the committee to ask city staff to give this report serious consideration and to report back. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you very much. Councillor Kavanaugh.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. And I had a tour of Options by Town this week outside of an elevator that didn't let us out. It was a very successful visit, and we'll blame LCH for that. Seriously, when I think of the cost of supports and how important they are, and I was just thinking about it, I deal a lot with seniors. I have the highest number of seniors in the city. And the big push on by the provincial government is long-term care, making long-term care facilities. And I was just thinking how ironic if they could put, people who need services, a different kind of services in care, how wonderful that would be. So it's just a food for thought, because there's a need there for people who need a place to stay, live independently. It's a very successful formula, but the dollars aren't there for supports. Yet it's a lot cheaper than, as you said, the $1 million, what was it, $1 million who?
$1 Million Murray.
Murray. Yeah.
An article written by Malcolm Gladwell that kind of costed out the cost of a person living in.
Yeah, no, I've heard about it before, and it doesn't take long to figure out where that goes. But I think that we really have to push that idea that there are people in need that will benefit if we could make those kinds of places available to them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your delegation today. Appreciate it. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 more delegations. I know Carolyn is not going to be able to stick around much past an hour from now, so something to keep in mind as we go through the delegations. Tom Belanger, you are next, followed by Larissa.
Thank you, Councillor and Chair. My name is Tom Belanger. I'm the Executive Director in the Nepean Housing Corporation. Thanks for the opportunity to speak today. There are a number of excellent recommendations in this report, and I'm so happy to see so many smarter people than me educating you on this topic, which I know, and about the details of what's going to solve it. I want to encourage you to consider by sharing with you, consider this report and the recommendations by sharing with you our experience with developing a new infill affordable rental housing project at our Dunbar community in Craig Henry. First, for you who are not aware, Nepean Housing, we're a nonprofit housing provider with an independent board of directors. We are formally a municipal nonprofit with the old city of Nepean, a community housing provider in the city. We have 559 low-end market and rent-geared income units in 6 communities located in Bell's Corners, Craig Henry, Center Point, and Barhaven. And we're proud to be over 35 years of experience developing and building and managing non-profit housing. It started 5 years ago with $25K. 25 years ago and $25,000 from the affordable housing unit at the city, with an additional $500K in grants and promissory notes, and a lot of care and feeding. And we're about to break ground on about a 31 unit, 3-story, net zero ready infill serviced land. Net zero ready on an infill and serviced land in our Dunbar community located in Craig Henry. There are a lot of nonprofits out there with land that have land serviceable that could do what we're doing in Nepean. And it's just a matter of seeking them out and finding them and supporting them. This project will succeed in providing safe and affordable rental housing for folks with disabilities and folks needing a place to call home, because One, we're a nonprofit and we're not in it to make money. Two, we have the free service land on our own and that we own. We had key financial and technical support from the city, DC fees waived, pre-development grants and capital grants, and staff in the affordable housing unit, who I won't embarrass and name, who have given us the support that we needed in order to get moving forward. Unwavering political support from local councilors and council, yourselves. I want to urge you to support the following recommendations, and I just want to highlight a few of them. Maintain and enhance the resources of the affordable housing unit that helps steer projects through planning and zoning is critical. It has supported us in our efforts in order to build, and we are where we are today because of the staff there. Make sure they're well-resourced. Maintain a pre-development funding pot to support their efforts to develop affordable projects and bring them to fruition. There must be a citywide lens on affordable housing opportunities, and that's what you're hearing today, is having this lens on every planning, every building application, public and private. Commit all city-owned lands, you're hearing that loud and clear. Decommission city buildings, schools, other. Seek out and support infill developments on nonprofit lands and make sure those affordable housing projects are a priority. Scale up. As Ray stated earlier, don't wait, dedicate the land now. We need to industrialize these projects and we need a lot of it now, and to be able to have an impact on the gaps in housing that we face. That's all for me, and I just want to thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I'm so happy to see the city taking this report at its value. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tom. And any time that you don't use within your 5 minutes can be allocated to Carolyn as we get closer to the report authors. So thank you for your brevity. Are there any questions from members? Seeing none. Thank you very much for your delegation. We're going to move on to Larissa Cheshire with Somerset West, followed by Sam Hirsch.
Hi, can I just check that you can hear me?
We can, thank you.
I'll just acknowledge that I'm calling in on my phone from the launch of the Rochester Heights Community House, so there may be some noise in the background. My name is Larissa Cheshire. I'm here in the role of Community Engagement Manager with Somerset West Community Health Center. Somerset West is a nonprofit, community-governed organization that provides primary health care, health promotion, and community development services using interprofessional teams of health and social service providers. We support people and communities to enjoy the best possible health and well-being. We recognize the importance of responding to the diversity of local needs within local communities, and we pay particular attention to those members of the community who are most vulnerable and at risk. As a community health center, we see firsthand how a lack of safe, adequate, and affordable housing impacts on the health and well-being of the clients and communities we serve. We are well aware of the deteriorating state of mental health and the corresponding need for mental health support. We also acknowledge the disproportionate impact of systems like housing on the lives of Black, Indigenous, people of color. We applaud the Alliance for putting forward concrete and achievable actions for laying out a clear path forward in a report entitled Our City Starts with Home, Scaling Up Nonprofit Housing in Ottawa. I am here today to show our support for the proposed actions in the report, including clear and meaningful targets, prioritizing land for nonprofit development, and making use of municipal zoning and planning tools. We support the vision of purpose-built, permanent, and deeply affordable housing. As outlined in the report, we urge you to make a commitment to engage with the Ottawa Black Mental Health Coalition and Black Housing Allies to develop Black-led housing solutions in Ottawa. And as a member of the Ottawa Community Benefits Network, we also support the call that community benefits agreements be applied to the developments on government land, owned land, or in receipt of government funds or financing. We are not new to this table. Since 2016, we have led and supported a number of community-based research initiatives, resulting in the development of reports, publications, toolkits, and primers to support advocacy in the areas of rooming houses, affordable housing, development and gentrification, and recreation. Our work has grown out of concerns that the gentrification of West Centertown and the rapid and large-scale development that continues to lead to the displacement of residents. Along with recommendations for landlords, municipal and provincial governments, our work has advocated for the purchase of rooming houses, called for the support for nonprofit development, and identified the need to leverage partnerships to provide wraparound supports. Through community consultations, residents have put forward the following vision for West Centertown: affordable and livable housing and equitable development, affordable and appropriate housing as a part of new housing construction projects, deeply affordable housing for people on low to modest income as a part of construction projects on public land in perpetuity, and maintenance and improvements to already existing affordable housing. Nonprofit models of affordable housing would make this community vision possible. In June of 2022, we launched a report entitled "This Neighborhood is Changing. Who is it changing for?" This report was a collaboration between researchers from Carleton University's Department of Geography and Environmental Studies and Somerset West. The report studies urban development and the transformation of West Centertown. The report acknowledges the shrinking stock of affordable housing and raises important questions about the definition of affordability. The report starts a conversation about who stands to benefit from the current development and gentrification and highlights the critical need for deeply affordable housing to meet core housing needs. It is for these reasons that we are compelled to make a deputation today. We see significant potential in nonprofit housing to achieve the vision laid out by the community. I will end with the following. For anyone who spends time outside in the urban core, you will have borne witness to the human faces of this crisis. The evidence speaks for itself. We all know there is a need. We collectively have a problem that is impacting individual and community health, placing strain on emergency support systems, social services, and municipal finances. The Alliance has laid out a clear path. Please implement these key actions to scale up nonprofit housing in Ottawa. Thank you.
Larissa, thank you very much for your delegation. Thank you for the work that you're doing in the community, including my own. I don't see any questions. Thank you for your delegation. Sam, you've got 5 minutes to address the committee.
Thanks so much, Chair Leeper. So first, I want to acknowledge that we're on the unceded and unsurrendered territory of the Algonquin people and thank them for allowing us to be present on this land. In Canada, Indigenous peoples represent only 5% of the population, but in Ottawa, according to the Homeless Hub, they represent 32% of the entire homeless population. Quite simply, Ottawa is not doing enough for Indigenous folks, despite their constant rhetoric around reconciliation and declaring a housing and homelessness crisis emerges in 2020, or rather an emergency. And I suppose that's a good point to start on here to talk on this report. This city and the previous council declared a housing and homelessness emergency, yet homelessness has only gotten worse. And yes, maybe the pandemic had an effect, but this crisis existed long before March 2020. A core facet of this report is, as quoted on page 7, despite greatly increased supply, the city of Ottawa is not steering the right supply of housing. This severe shortage of deeply affordable housing ruins lives and also threatens municipal finances. Of course, this is only one focus of a very comprehensive report, but I would like to focus on this for most of my delegation because it's a huge problem that continues to exist in our city and one that is exacerbated by big private corporate developers. And let's face it, they will not and cannot solve the housing crisis because frankly, it is not profitable for them, and the report does a great job of outlining that. There is no incentive for them to provide low-cost rental housing for low-income individuals, again, because it isn't profitable. And if we keep seeing housing as an amenity to be bought and sold, if we keep seeing cities as things to invest in rather than to live in, we will always be in a perpetual housing crisis. As the report states, despite this new supply, average rents for 2-bedroom units increased to 20.3% from 2021 to 2022 to an average cost of $2,443 a month in October 2022, with 1-bedroom apartments at $1,959. At one full-time minimum wage, an affordable rent would be $806 a month, and 1 in 4 Canadians workers earn within $3 of the minimum wage. Quite simply, what might be affordable to some is not affordable in reality. The solution to all of our urban planning and housing problems and the housing crisis cannot continue to be to give developers more land and space to develop and profit from. Sure, developers are hungry for more profit to be extracted from rising property values, and Ottawa's planners, for the most part, appear to be happy to facilitate ever-growing property values through upzoning and urban boundary expansions. But property values cannot go up forever without displacing thousands of residents and businesses who can't afford increasingly expensive real estate and rent. Allowing private housing developers to run roughshod and have almost exclusivity in our housing market has led to grave human tragedies like Heron Gate that saw hundreds of racialized immigrants evicted with almost no way to return to units that were unaffordable, and things like the urban boundary expansion that saw an expansion of land and the ability to sell it off to private developers. And I think this is one of the most pertinent parts of the report. We need to stop selling off the land that we have and ensure community benefit agreements are put in place that actually last for a long time to ensure affordability, not leave it to the benevolence of a private company.
And in fact, data from other jurisdictions has suggested that selling off public land hasn't actually led to more affordability. According to the UK-based New Economics Forum, while the government in the UK has sold enough public land for developers to build 131,000 homes, only 2.6% of those homes will be for social rent. So I think it's clear how to move forward here. This report shouldn't just sit on a shelf collecting dust. We need to act on it and ensure money is spent, from our own coffers too. I know that the province and the feds have to cough up money as well, but we need to also increase our own sum that we spend and ensure that we treat the housing and homeless as emergency as the emergency that it is. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Sam. I can tell you you kept your notes a little abbreviated this afternoon. I appreciate the additional time that we can give to Carolyn as we finish up the delegations. Are there any questions from members? Seeing none, thank you very much for your presentation today. Cheryl Parrott, no stranger to the committee. Cheryl, you've got 5 minutes to address the committee. Oh, Cheryl, you might need to accept the prompt. Oh, no, there you are.
Perfect. Sorry, it took a bit to get in there. The Hindenburg Community Association and the Mechanicsville Community Association support prioritizing city-owned land for medium density CMHC market rent, affordable and deeply affordable housing, which includes family-sized homes. We want to see those family-sized homes because we don't get them in the private market. Bayview Yards was identified in the 2018 Task Force on Affordable Housing near transit stations and was passed by Council on April 2nd, 2019. And the Bayview Yards was one of the city properties identified as a location that could be transitioned in the short term. And the HCA spoke at the meeting in favor of the report recommendations. We do not support an arena on the Bayview lands and recommend that the city publicly communicate it has no immediate intention or plans to locate the arena at Bayview. We recommend that the city, in collaboration with various community organizations, establish a task force to examine what community benefit streams, including affordable housing, should be targeted for Bayview. And we support a logical, consistent, and citywide approach to establishing affordable housing targets and outcomes for Bayview, LeBreton Flats, Tunney's Pasture, among others. We're eager to work with nonprofit housing providers to effectively build inclusive and diverse communities. We have lost so much diversity in our community over the last decade. As a member of the Ottawa Community Benefits Network, the HCA supports the application of community benefits agreements as the most accountable, community-driven platform to realize maximum affordability and perpetuity on these public lands. Thank you.
Cheryl, thank you very much. Are there any questions from members? A very clear statement on your part, Cheryl. Thank you for your delegation today.
Thank you.
Anne-Marie Mason will be our next delegation, who will be followed by John Lee and Bethany Wallen.
Hi, thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
I'm here to represent the Ottawa Social Housing Network. And so who are we? We are representatives from all social housing sectors in Ottawa. We represent nonprofit housing, nonprofit cooperatives, supportive housing providers, and urban Indigenous groups. We have 105 member organizations managing approximately 30,000 units, providing low-income, affordable market, and supportive housing. Our clients include youth, families, singles, seniors, and those in need of supports. So given that information, what do? We meet together. We have a place for all of us to exchange knowledge, to share our services, to do the advocacy piece for affordable housing and developing leadership in our sector. So it was really given all this, you can imagine there's a little bit of everything there where we try to support, and we are advocating for a report such as this. This is, we call it the continuum. It starts with homelessness and it ends in all kinds of needs for affordable housing for our families. And from the conversations I heard today, there's a couple things I would ask if I was in the audience is what's the difference between nonprofit housing and co-op housing? I've worked in both sectors. The only difference is our governance structure, but we were all in the same business of building, maintaining safe and affordable housing for our people in Ottawa. As a note for the St. George's Co-op, if somebody, you see that Sandy Hill is losing 82 units, St. George's is losing 49. So overnight, the city of Ottawa in 2028 is going to lose that volume, and that's critical. Nonprofit development means the groups that are building this, we are the experts in this area. We would build all of any nonprofit, be it co-op or nonprofit, the people that are building it are going to maintain it. They are going to forever be in the business of affordable housing. The business model will be set up so that we can sustain ourselves. So when you have a developer for profit that's going to build 100 units, maybe 10% of those units would be deemed affordable, and that's the CMHC definition of affordable, which is not affordable for most of our poorer citizens. But they're only affordable for 10 years, and they don't have to live with maintaining. So, message to all of you on behalf of all the nonprofits and co-ops and supportive housing, like they're part of our group too, and the Indigenous population. We are the people, if you need to come to, we've got the expertise, and we work with Graham Hussey at CADCO. We work with everybody has a say, and we share information. So that's who we are. And we just wanted to say, we endorse this report. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your delegation, Emery. I don't see any questions from members. I appreciate your coming out today. John Lee and Bethany Wallen, you are up next, followed by Joseph Ostrowski.
Hello, everyone. My name is Bethany, and this is my classmate, John. We're both second-year medical students at the University of Ottawa. And first, we want to thank you for the opportunity to share our perspective on why we believe that increasing affordable housing is extremely important in Ottawa. This week, our team of medical students is meeting with many members of City Council. Some of you who are here, we've met with or we will be meeting with later today. And so we're really grateful that you've taken the time to meet with us. To discuss strategies for addressing the current housing and homelessness crisis in Ottawa, and that includes scaling up affordable housing. Our team has collaborated with the Alliance to End Homelessness, and we're so grateful to partner with the Council to work towards better health for our communities. We'd like to take this time to share some of our personal experiences in the clinical setting that have motivated us to advocate for increases in affordable housing and demonstrate why optimal health cannot be achieved without first addressing the fundamental needs of all community members.
I'm going to be telling a story about patients that we've encountered in the hospital. So for patient confidentiality reasons, the stories have been adapted and changed. So let's talk about a patient who I will be calling Brian. Brian is a homeless patient who we found on the street next to the radiator because he was cold. He tried to sleep next to the radiator and he received third-degree severe burns. And because of that third-degree severe burns, he also developed a condition called cellulitis, or an infection of the deep tissue layers. Because of that infection, and also that burns, he had to receive extensive treatment, which not only cost the healthcare system a lot, also leads to significant morbidities or worsening of his life outcomes. After the treatment, he was placed in a bed in TOH, a general hospital. There, he receives treatment from both staff, nurses, and all the other healthcare teams. For pain, we gave him acetaminophen, morphine, various other pain management. For infections, we gave antibiotics, various other drugs. And to treat the burns, we can give him a skin graft. various other things. But there's one thing we cannot help him with, which was housing. So how did he get there? Since he didn't have a house to go to, he had to sleep next to the radiator in order to keep himself warm, and that led to his problems. And now let's talk about his recovery journey. Usually when we discharge a patient from the hospital, we let them go home, go home to their family, get treated at home, get supportive care, and try their best in order to just have a good time until they're able to be themselves again, be on the street, and have a higher quality of life. For this patient, Brian, he can't go home. There is no place to go to. So we wish we could have prescribed housing for him. It would be a great prescription. It would have helped him recover much better. But since we couldn't, he had to stay there in the hospital, constantly surrounded by beeping alarm sounds, by people running around, making his sleep much harder, at the same time making his recovery much worse. In addition, since he didn't have housing and he had to stay there, that's another bed that we couldn't have another patient in, which creates significant backlogs in the healthcare system. I'm here with Bethany to represent over 400 medical students at the University of Ottawa in saying that we need to adapt this report. We need nonprofit housing. And Bethany's going to tell another story.
Yeah, just really quickly, I'd like to talk about some of my experience in more of an outpatient setting in a community clinic, working with a family physician as part of our schooling. We got to do a placement. And something that I wasn't fully prepared for was that a lot of our treatment discussion wouldn't just be about what treatment is best for the patient to heal the medical condition that they have, but a lot of it was, could they afford this medication? Would they have to choose between purchasing the medication or paying for rent? And I think that's something that really impacted me personally and has kind of led to the motivation to come and speak today and just say that we really support this report from the Alliance, and we'd love to see a change in Ottawa towards more affordable housing and addressing this crisis.
As a team, we believe that nonprofit housing is very needed in order to create more affordable housing in Ottawa. And we would really appreciate if council can accept this report and also do the recommendation subscribed by the Alliance to End Homelessness. And we'll also be meeting you this afternoon and hopefully in the future in order to discuss more about our ask as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I don't see any questions from members, so we're going to move on. Oh, I'm sorry.
I just wanted to thank you so much. It was so nice to meet with you. And, you know, it's a tough thing because cities are responsible for solving this housing crisis, and yet you see this cost of one individual who suffered a horrendous injury. And then that cost gets placed on our healthcare system, which is provincial, but it is exponentially more expensive to have someone in hospital than it is to provide housing. So I think sometimes that jurisdictional difference prevents decision makers from making the right choice, which is to provide supportive and affordable housing. So anyway, I just wanted to thank you so much.
Thank you.
The patients are very lucky to have you.
Thank you for being here today. Joseph, I understand, is not on the call. Steve Pomeroy will be our, oh, I'm sorry, Joseph. Please come on down, and then Steve Pomeroy will present as the last delegation before we move back to Katie and Carolyn.
Thank you. I'm like Dean, I'm also from the Make Housing Affordable organization. And just start off by saying that we appreciate all the hard work that the Alliance to End Homelessness and Dr. Weitzman have done in putting in this report together, and all the advocacy and expertise they have generally, and also to council for considering this report and for city councilors that have helped to move this forward. So the city of Ottawa, as the report notes in the beginning, has a supply problem of houses generally, but specifically a purpose-built social, nonprofit and supportive housing more specifically. And so this report represents an opportunity for the city to move much more quickly on these issues and to leverage all the city's resources, financial or land, or even zoning, as we saw with 360 Kennedy Lane, where we saw zoning and parking requirements kind of delay the project, and it's actually being appealed to the OLT right now, which causes more delays. And these proposals would help deal with the housing emergency we're in. So many of the proposals, as was mentioned by other people, are things that the city is already working on. The official plan and zoning bylaw review already envision allowing a greater variety of densities and living arrangements around the city. The community improvement program for affordable housing will likely feature changing the some of the fee structures that this report envisions for affordable housing. And so kind of this report represents more of a sense of urgency in bringing these issues more forward. Kind of there's a sense of alarm at the urgency of the housing problem in Ottawa and the need to accelerate these reforms, and the hope that the committee is able to bring them forward, which would not only work on the housing crisis, but also on so many other issues like densification, which would improve transit and the environment, and also bringing clients closer to city services by utilizing city land and city buildings where kind of people utilize services to construct housing. And this, as was also mentioned, the city can also take advantage of the work done by the Alliance and Dr. Weitzman as a starting point for the Housing Accelerator Fund application, which has a huge list of proposals that the city is working towards, again, through the official plan and through zoning bylaws and you know, CIPs and things like that. But kind of the timeline is very long, and the House, as was mentioned, the HAF is coming up this summer, and so I would urge the city to adopt as many HAF reforms as possible, particularly those in this report, in order to maximize the funding the city can get and use that to build even more housing. So the proposals in this report would allow the residents of the city to say yes in my backyard to affordable intensification, also for the city to say yes in the city's backyard on city land. And the city can use the broad coalition of nonprofits, organizations, businesses, developers that kind of support this report to end homelessness now, to make housing more affordable generally, and just to make Ottawa a city that everyone can afford to call home. And I also hope that the committee doesn't just accept the report, but also accept Councillor Curry's motion to kind of have staff work on this. And so thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Joseph. I appreciate the delegation. Are there any questions from members? Seeing none. Thank you for being here today. So our last presenter is Steve Pomeroy, who I know, I believe some of his work has been very influential in the creation of this report. So what I'm going to do is ask Steve to make his presentation. And while he's doing that, I'll invite Katie and Carolyn to come back so we can kind of blend some of the questions that are going to come up as a result of the delegation.
Thank you, Chair. I'm happy to be here and appreciate Council's attention to this issue. I'm a long-time housing policy researcher with appointments at both Carleton and McMaster, and also on the board of the Ottawa Community Land Trust. I won't reiterate a whole bunch of the excellent points that have already been made about the report to this point. I simply want to focus on one particular element, and that is that scaling up the non-profit sector doesn't just mean building new supply. There are more than one way to skin a cat. Next slide. Again, I won't spend a lot of time on this. I mean, Carolyn has covered this, as have others. But I think the need to scale up the sector is both in terms of continued growth of population and the degree to which that population will experience affordability challenges, but also to address the massive backlog that's accumulated over many, many years. And these statistics, the size of the waiting list, the number of households in core need, I think you're already very familiar with. And therefore, I think there's strong support for adding to supply. Next slide. But the key point I want to make is that the value of the nonprofit sector is not so much in the building of new supply, it's in the fact that they own it. The issue we've been facing, and we've seen a lot of discussion in the media over the last number of years, is the ongoing process, which is generally referred to as financialization, where we're seeing these massive increase in rents, double-digit increases, 15-20% increases year over year as a result of vacancy control, decontrol on vacated units. Properties that are owned by nonprofits, they operate in a non-market context. They're isolated from those market pressures. And if we actually want to preserve existing affordability, moving more of the stock into nonprofit ownership is really one of the key solutions that we can actually use to address this particular vexing problem. Next slide. And this is the problem right here. And basically, for the last number of years, we've built 1,100 affordable housing units in the last decade. At the same time, we lost 30,000 units renting below $1,000 a month, 6,000 units renting below $750 a month, partly as a result of intensification policies, which tend to focus in the inner city and knock down older 1950s, 1960s small apartments to build new large developments, usually condos, but also the inflation of the existing rent so that the units still exist, but they exist at a much higher rent and they've moved out of the affordable range. So basically, for every unit that we're creating under the affordable housing programs for the last decade, we've lost 6 under 107.50, and we've lost 27 units under $1,000 a month. We're basically running backwards very quickly off the treadmill and slamming into the wall behind us. Next slide. So really, the point I want to make is that, yes, we do need new supply, but alongside new supply, we really do need to support the acquisition and support the capacity and financial capacity of the non-profit sector to buy existing rental properties, which if they're purchased in the private sector, will be subject to rent evictions. We'll see rents significantly increased, existing tenants displaced. If we purchase these by non-profits with a mission to preserve the low rents, this will actually protect them from those particular those market pressures. And what tends to happen is when a building gets purchased by a private investor that's seeking to increase yield, the existing tenants quite frequently are invited to leave through various mechanisms of we generally refer to as rent evictions. And as a result, they have to now go out and find a new place to live in a marketplace where rents are $1,000 more than they can currently afford. And the unit that they just vacated is also now the rent is being doubled. So we're creating 2 problems out of one eviction. Owning these in the nonprofit sector is a key way to support that particular problem. And I think another thing the city needs to seriously look at, which hasn't been discussed, is consider, notwithstanding Bill 23 and its suggestion that it might limit the capacities of council, but to explore rental replacement bylaws. So when we are knocking down existing older rental buildings at low rents, generally below the CMHC average market rent, that we actually replace that same number of units at the same rents as part of the new development. It's a condition of redevelopment. A number of municipalities, both in Ontario and outside of Ontario, have those kind of bylaws, and it can be an effective way to preserve the existing stock. So I'll end there. Thank you very much.
Steve, thanks a lot for the presentation. You packed a significant amount in. Are there any questions for Steve specifically at this point, Councillor Johnson?
Hi, Steve. Nice to see you. I'm very curious to understand, what you're implying for the rental replacement bylaw within the purview of the City of Ottawa. I know that there had been a rental replacement mentioned in the official plan, but then that part was removed by the province when it was fully ratified. So what are the implications for that? And what actions might we be able to take within the recommendations of this report?
Right. Currently, it's a little uncertain. The new legislation, as part of that legislation, when the bill was introduced, it said that the province would study whether, in fact, it would allow municipalities to continue to adopt a rental replacement bylaw. So it hasn't actually been legislated yet, so the capacity is still there. The threat was that they would stop it from happening. Essentially, as I mentioned, I mean, the bylaws in Toronto, for example, required that the same number of units of the same configuration. If there were 3-bedroom units, they had to be 3 bedrooms. If they're renting at $1,000, they had to be $1,000 plus whatever the rent guideline was for the last couple of years. So trying to preserve that. And given that we're talking about smaller properties, your sort of older 1960s, 1970s walk-ups, maybe 20, 30 units, including 20 or 30 units within a new development of perhaps 200, it's another way of really getting an inclusionary component to that new development as a condition of redevelopment.
Thank you very much, Councillor Johnson. Steve, thank you very much for your presentation today. So I've asked Carolyn and Katie to come back to the table. I know Carolyn has limited time, so I'm happy to open up the floor to questions of them. And we can probably try to keep that in the order of questions rather than comments for a little bit, get as many through as possible. Councillor Troster.
think that was directed at me, the queen of comments instead of questions. I have a few questions, Carolyn. I think I'll start with you because we've heard a lot today. We've heard undeniable support for this report. My question is, what do you think the city should do first?
Thank you for that question, Councillor Troster. And I have to apologize. I'm headed off this afternoon to Toronto for a AMO conference on ending homelessness. I think what we've heard today is that there's a tremendous amount of capacity from co-op housing, from social and supportive housing. We didn't have anyone from OCH today other than Councillor Kavanagh, who is on the board, but I think that there's also a lot of capacity there. We're seeing it in Gladstone. So I would like to see city staff continue to work with some of the folks who are here today in a partnership and a co-development approach. That's something that Courtney talked about a lot, to try to make things work for social housing. Quite often the best is the enemy of the good. And I hope it's clear from this report that we can't get super deep affordability from city sources alone. It's a big infrastructure issue. It needs collaboration. But I've seen, for instance, the City of Toronto came up with a report on how to scale up rapid modular housing, supportive housing, the very same day that the Rapid Housing Initiative was first announced. I still find that a bit suspicious, but in any case, they were able to hit the ground running. I've seen Edmonton and Calgary very effectively go, this is what we're going to do, over to you, province, over to you, feds. And I think that kind of collaborative partnership, co-development approach is really important. We didn't think that we had the capacity to scale up in the 70s and 80s. That there was public housing, there wasn't that much co-op or nonprofit housing. And it happened. It happened with municipal and federal and provincial support. I think the capacity is there again, and I think it's really important to, as Steve just said, to build up the capacity of an asset base of nonprofit housing.
Thank you. And just a question to Katie. I know that you've spoken in the past about the needs for a systems planning approach, because I know we have so many nonprofit housing providers. We have so many agencies providing support. I know at the OCH building on McLaren, I think that, the manager said there's like 25 or 30 or 50 organizations going in there to help people. So I'm just curious to hear from you how you think we can fix that within the context of a scale up of affordable housing, because we have so many organizations.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I mean, I think one really encouraging piece is that this sector is increasingly aligned. Like there's been a shift, I would say, since 2020 of just we are working together. We've always been collaborative, but I think there's a real appetite for coordination. So that's something that I think has shifted, and we're seeing some of that with really strong partnerships around OCH buildings, around, supportive housing providers working with OCH. But I think in terms of having a systems-based approach, you need strong governance at a strategic system-wide level. You need data to drive your outcomes and your decisions. And then you need sort of the nuts and bolts of actually doing the coordination work. So those things are key. And in the context of scaling up nonprofit housing, we know we need scale, but our scale also needs to match our projections, right? So that's so much of the important work that Carolyn's done in terms of the HEART tool. We really need to make sure we're actually building the housing for the people that need the housing, also based on our official plan projections. And in that, preventing people from becoming homeless in the first place is the other component of this. It's a both and I'm really glad that Steve spoke last, because I think he highlighted both the capital side of that with acquisition, but he's also done some great work on, we could reach 50% of our wait list in 10 years if we actually just provided the preventative subsidies for people who are about to fall into the system but are not there yet. And we talk about our shelters overflowing, particularly with families. Those families had red flags within the system months before. And there are rent subsidies that are available. And actually, we know some of the challenges is getting people out of shelter because of the RGI piece, not wanting to take subsidies. if that's the case, well, we could actually be stopping inflow. And so that's a piece that I would just really say it is in partnership with this report in terms of we need physical, we need capital, and then we need a systems planning approach that does focus heavily on prevention.
Thank you very much. Councillor Curry, then Councillor Gower.
Thank you very much. I mean, a million times over. I just want to focus on this motion. So you know how in the motion we made sure it was clear that for sure this is for the Housing Accelerator Fund, but then there's all that is to come, right? So when Councillor Trosser asked about generally the governance, and you said, the governance is key. That's another thing that has to be scaled up though. Right now is now, where this application has to be in June. And so when you say, we all need to work together, and the point being, yeah, who's us? And there's so many of us. What do you think that actually looks like on the ground right now, working together because we have to get this application in?
So, I mean, obviously, we know the city's going to be putting in that application for the Housing Accelerator Fund, but I think some really strong partnership that's clearly outlined ahead of time in terms of how the sector is going to work together. Obviously, OCH is a big part of that. And one thing that I think is really interesting right now, I heard from an ED yesterday who said, I don't care if I don't build any housing in the next 5 years. If it's better for the system for me to step back and have somebody else build housing, great. Let's focus on outcomes. And I do think that that vision is increasingly common. And I think that needs to be front and center in the Housing Accelerator Fund application. So some level of a concrete, here is where we as a system agree what needs to happen in terms of our outcomes. And we're going to have to figure out the partnerships to do that. And just on the governance piece, there has been some really great work done. The city hired a consultant. There's a report coming out at the end of June with basically a proposal of a governance model for the homelessness and housing sector. Implementation is a whole other story. So that's a piece that's coming, but I think can also be leveraged for the fund.
Okay, thank you. I will just make that point that, I think there's a clear message from the government right now that you have to have shovel-ready sites, right? That's what they don't want to fool around with people either that are not ready.
Yeah.
So I think the other message in there is that absolutely we have shovel-ready sites. We know what we're doing now, and we have this governance model that will be in place going forward so that there isn't that then drop off after the funding hopefully arrives.
Yeah.
Anyway, I could say a million other things, but people have a lot of questions. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Curry. And we will be bringing staff after this round of discussions to chat with them. Vice Chair Gower.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks everyone, delegations and everyone for the contributions and presentations today. I wanted to ask about overall, this starts with home campaign, and I guess specific to this document, is it being shared in any formal or informal ways with the other levels of government, either at the political level or at the agency or department level? I'm just maybe looking for some more context around your advocacy with other levels of government, because as we've heard many times today, all three levels of government need to be working together, and I think a good awareness of some of the challenges and opportunities are foundational to that.
Yeah, that's a great question. So we have had conversations with local MPPs on this, and I think sadly, based on the funding situation with the provincial government last week, it's actually opened up a line of conversation with the minister's office directly between us and the Alliance. So that's been a positive direction. And I think in that sense, we will always shamelessly attempt to leverage this report and bring that into the conversation. And then federally, we've had a really positive meeting with the shadow cabinet minister, Scott Aitchison. And he's been a mayor, so he gets what this looks like on the ground. And we found that a really positive conversation. And I do think whatever happens politically, I think that kind of support is valuable in terms of bringing forward this kind of message. So that's been our engagement, and I'll let Carolyn take on the rest of that answer.
The funding for the national project that I'm working on, the housing housing assessment resource tools project, comes from the CMHC. I've shared a copy of the report with Romy Bowers, who's the head of the CMHC, as well as some other folks at the CMHC. And I have meetings in the next 3 weeks with the Minister of Infrastructure, the Minister for Housing, and the Prime Minister's office. And in each of those meetings, I'll be bringing up this report. Just a reminder that the national program HEART has been working with 13 municipalities across Canada. Aside from the housing need assessment tool, which you saw today, there is a land assessment tool, which was also referred to in the report, as well as an acquisitions tool, a tool waiting for a national program. There's a lot of excitement in municipalities across Canada for all of those tools. And there's a lot of potential for the programs, the national programs that are currently coming up with such poor outcomes in many cases for homelessness and core housing need. They are being reviewed. That's, what I can say right now. So I'd say that this report's very much in the forefront of the program. I don't want to sound like Field of Dreams, but if you kind of set it aside and start building on it, I think that you're going to be in a much stronger position to get better, certainly federal funding for the kinds of things that we're talking about.
Okay, thanks very much. It's encouraging. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair. Councillor Dudas.
Yes, I wanted to thank you for this report. It was phenomenal, and it's enlightening as well too, as we're struggling as a municipality. All municipalities are struggling to find out exactly, to Councillor Troster's point, what do we do first? How do we start this, what seems like an insurmountable hill to climb, which it's not. We need to start just getting it done. I will limit my comments because I know Chair Leeper is cognizant of the time. My question is more so about the unlocking of city land. You had mentioned that will be key to this process. I fully agree. There's one parcel of land in my ward that I've been really advocating for to have, supportive housing, affordable housing, something of that nature on that would be perfect for this. However, nothing's moving. Like there seems to be a blockage to opening up those lands that the city does own. And I was curious from your perspective, I'm going to ask the same question to city staff, but from your perspective, what is the obstacles to accessing that land? And when it is open, you mentioned that there's capacity in the network that different providers can take this on. That's not always been the case. I'm just curious, if we open up these lands, how fast can these homes be built? How quickly can we see action?
I'm so sorry that Graham Cussey of CADCO had to leave early because CADCO is creating a national toolkit for nonprofit or social housing providers. Again, I think housing is really complex and there's no magic bullets, but what I'm seeing more and more is a readiness to work together to scale up. I think one of the main barriers, Councillor Dudas, has been folks looking at the programs that exist and finding it hard to pencil out at the levels of affordability they would want. I would say two things. The first is, as Steve Pomeroy said, you may have to layer some additional housing benefit on it to get it to get some of the homes on deep affordability, but that it's a better bet to layer it on top of existing nonprofit housing that's assured for more than 10 years and more than 20 years, but for the lifetime of a household, than it is to put it into private development. I mean, that's certainly the way that Quebec does it. And I think it's really important to forge ahead with proposals, even if they have a mix of incomes. They don't perhaps deliver the deepest form of affordability, but some of those can be set aside as supportive housing with deep affordability. So I guess what I'm saying again is that sometimes we've seen the best be an enemy of the good. We kind of look at that and we go, how can we make this piece of land pencil in? But it's there's a lot of potential there for city staff to work as enablers with social housing providers to create housing that will become much more affordable over time and will have the right mix to make it pencil.
Thank you very much for that response. I very much appreciate it.
I would add to that, Councillor Dudas, and I may be speaking out of turn, but you can tell me if I'm wrong, Carolyn. What's to stop council from putting up RFPs by the end of the year for those 20 parcels of land? Like, it's green means go. Like, this is totally the moment with the Housing Accelerator Fund too. And I think that's the kind of vision that the federal government is looking for. So that would be, I think, one of the biggest steps forward in that regard.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I also want to just quickly point out the comment about preventing people from becoming homeless is so key, and that's going to be important, as well as operational ongoing funding, like supports for folks. So that's a different committee, but I do look forward to speaking with you further about how that also ties into this very important report. Thank you both.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dudas. Councillor Carr.
Hi, thank you very much. Thank you, Chair, and thank you very much to you two brilliant women for bringing this report forward and sharing it with us all. As the city councillor who represents the area called Herongate that made international headlines several years ago, I'm extremely interested in how we can actually move forward and prevent situations like that ever happening again. Can you speak a little bit to how some of the recommendations in your report can help address specifically the case that we had there, where hundreds of people lost their homes through renovictions?
Nothing that's in this report mitigates against a good acquisition strategy, and nothing that's in this report mitigates against the very important element of preventing homelessness. Obviously, what would have prevented Herongate was the ability to have a first right of refusal, which unfortunately the Ontario government doesn't yet allow, and then to step in and buy up that land before it got lost. That's an acquisitions issue. It's possible that if the city had acquired Herongate and had said there need to be lots of renovations, et cetera, there could have been a staged process to house people nearby while renovating units, et cetera. As far as I know, Herongate wasn't on city land, no. So the focus of this particular report was scaling up on city land, or on not just city land, but government-owned land, nonprofit land. I'd be happy to write an acquisitions report for you, Councillor Carr, but that's sort of the quick answer is this report would not have prevented Herongate. In the best case scenario, at least there would have been some alternatives for some of the folks dehoused.
Okay, thanks. Can I just ask a quick question after? I think it's a really exciting time. We have a huge opportunity with the Housing Accelerator Fund. We have this report. We have a brand new council with, I think almost every council would say affordable housing is one of the most important things. Is 1,000 units a year a little bit too ambitious? Like, do you think that this can actually get done? And the reason I'm asking is because it's been a couple of years since a housing and homelessness emergency has been declared. And in those couple of years, we've had to open up city facilities to house people. We've had people coming off the social housing registry waitlist that are not able to maintain their unit because they don't have those supports in place. And we've also seen in our wards, like in my ward, just regular developers are not developing because the costs are so high, the interest rates are so high. So is it really attainable? If you could speak to that, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, I'll go first and then hand it over to Katie. The short answer is yes. So Montreal, which is a city that's a little over 2 million now, or 1 million, has a target of 6,000 nonprofit a year through both new build and through acquisitions. But, you know, when you look at the ambition of a project like the one at the former Blue Bonnets race course in Montreal, you see a city firing with all cylinders in a really exciting way. I think it starts with ambitious targets, and then it starts with a can-do attitude. I mean, you know, I'll just go internationally for a moment. France started off in 2000 with 20% social housing targets. Paris went a step further and now has 35%. social housing targets, which it's meeting. It's meeting through a combination of acquisition and new build. And I've been to some of those projects. They're absolutely amazing. So I think that, we have to say we can do it and then do it. And yes, I think 1,000 is doable, and it may even be the staging for something even more ambitious.
Okay, thank you. And I asked that, of course, because with the mayor's housing pledge, as you pointed out, it's 151,000 units to be built, I think by 2031. And we've got a commitment in the OP for 20% of new approvals to be not profit or affordable. And that's over 3,000 homes a year and not attainable. So I appreciate very much your report and questions.
It's attainable with the right policy settings. I'm not ever going to say that anything isn't attainable. What I'm saying is I think Ottawa is ready to go to 1,000 a year. And at some point, I kind of hope it's going to be ready to go to 20% for sure.
And speaking as well with Graham yesterday from CADCO, I mean, he said we could be getting higher than 1,000 right now. He certainly thinks we could be, and the sector's ready. I think that I've seen city staff work really hard whenever any opportunity comes up for housing. Like I've seen that scramble happen in the last 3 years, especially. And I think with a really coordinated, strong target approach, I think we could be significantly scaling up.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you very much for the report and meeting with me and with all the councillors to take that extra time. I appreciate it. As we speak, I missed a grand opening of for OCH housing, and it was 270 units that were being launched. And there was already 140 that were for phase 1, and that's Rochester Heights. So on our way. We have an advantage when I say we, Ottawa Community Housing, because we own our own land. And that means we have control. The city is our only shareholder. And so we work closely with the city. And I know that there's things that could be done better. We're in the midst of rehiring, I guess, for the city because there's some vacancies. So what would you say to people coming in as new staff? Because we want to make the process better for nonprofit. Ottawa Community Housing, of course, is part of that. I'm particularly interested in supportive housing, which Ottawa Community Housing doesn't do directly. And I see the need. I had a lovely visit with Bytown, or Options Bytown, pardon me. And so I want how that fits in, because but how can we do better in terms of just our staff and our moving forward on making these things happen?
The short answer on that, Councillor Kavanaugh, is a partnership approach that I definitely think Ottawa can do. In Vancouver, the Fraser View, the first 3 properties offered by the city of Vancouver on their land was done by the BC Community Land Trust, which is the combined assets of all the co-ops in BC, about $4 billion in assets. And they went out to 2 groups. Tikva, I think was one group, which is a group for people with supportive housing for people with developmental disabilities. The second group, I forget what the name of it is, but it was a seniors supportive housing. And so those are a mix of, there's some co-op units in 2 buildings, and then there's 2 other, well, actually one's a separate building and one's part of the co-op building that is run as supportive housing. Calgary just did a renovation of an office building, and it has a combination of social housing and housing with supports. So it's entirely possible for public builders such as Calgary Housing to work with supportive housing providers, and that's the kind of approach that I think might work. I think that OCH is very much doing the work of a municipal development company, and there's no reason why they can't work in partnership with other supportive housing providers.
I would add to that too, and I'm probably going to stick my foot in it a little bit, but I think we do have serious questions from a systems approach, specifically on the social housing registry waitlist and who goes to what. Limiting to one option means OCH has very little say over how to best make a building and for the people that are going in that building. And when I talk to OCH staff, they're telling me that, back in the early 2000s, they were getting 30% of the people coming into their buildings who had very high needs. Now it's closer to 70%. That is an extremely difficult context with which to work. Most of those folks need supportive housing. The partnerships are happening in really significant ways and absolutely scaling up that piece. But I do think there's some policy pieces that need to be considered here in terms of how we design the process of intake onto the waitlist. And part of that is people getting stuck in shelters and getting worse. And that doesn't have to happen if we're doing better on the prevention end as well.
Thank you very much. And the other thing I have to say, besides the 20 identified lots that have come up and that were identified in 2018, there's also other parcels there too. You just have to, I love Geo Ottawa, it's great. Shows you in that purple where city land is. And I think that there's other opportunities as well that we need to look at in the future.
Councillor Kavanaugh, sorry to jump in, but the Heart Project worked with the City of Ottawa and identified 200 sites. I'm not saying that's an inclusive list, and it did include sites that were owned by the NCC or the federal government or Crown corporations and the provincial government as well as the city, but 200 sites have been identified.
Did you say 200? Yep.
Yes, I did, across the length and breadth of Ottawa.
Okay, thank you. No, I look forward to working on this. We need to work together and be supportive of each other. I know that Ottawa Community Housing has been part of your working with you, and there's much to do, and we can't handle it all. Particularly the support. I'm really glad you mentioned about the need and the intake that we're getting. Appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanaugh. Councillor Kitts.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks to you both. It can't, I think, be stated enough how lucky we are to have your brilliant minds on this. And I know, Katie, you and I had a great conversation recently. Something that I've heard from developers of all sizes is that a major roadblock to building housing more quickly in this city seems to be a risk averseness that allegedly is a little bit uniquely Ottawa. And that we have a very lawyer-driven planning process here. And no disrespect to our legal team, they do great work. And quite frankly, I think they have too much on their plates. But would you agree with that? And is that something you're seeing as well?
Absolutely. There's a reason that Alberta is leading the way when it comes to reducing homelessness in significant ways and building up and scaling up. It's because they're cowboys. They're willing to actually push back and they're willing to actually say, you know what, we're going to break some things and we're going to get it done. Not to use our premier's language, but absolutely. And so I do think there is something to it that we have to say go. We cannot let perfect be the enemy of the good, which I think does happen here sometimes. We got a nightmare now, so let's just lean into that and start saying yes. And I think right now we are sometimes in a position where our default setting is no. Our default setting needs to become yes. And then if something goes terribly wrong, we'll figure it out. But we need to say yes first. So thank you for that question.
Thank you. And I know you had a lot of ground to cover in your presentation, but under recommendation 3, one of your suggestions is for an affordable housing office. So do you think that would sort of assist with some of that red tape breaking that you're hoping to see?
Yeah, and I think it opens the space for the smaller guys to really get in there and do that work. And I think especially when you look at partnerships of who has capacity to build, we know OCH, CCOC, and the Land Trust is a piece of that, but all of these smaller providers that are ready to go, a lot of those folks are Alliance members and they want to ambitiously scale up their housing, but they may not always be the best position to build, but they could be great at running housing. So there's that piece. And I think also prioritizing nonprofit housing in that that kind of an office is extremely valuable. And it's a time when Bill 23 has stopped developers from building because it makes no financial sense, even though Bill 23 is a silver platter. And it's because of interest rates versus nonprofit, where we can get that 2% interest rate from CMHC, 50 years amortization. Like this is actually a great window of time
Not
to build
quite yet. We haven't got the 2% times 35 yet, but that's certainly, that was the secret sauce in the 80s, and that's certainly something we're working on. Just to add to that, I want to reinforce 2 points that Katie made. The developer doesn't need to be the provider. So OCH could be the developer and not be the provider. And another thing to keep in mind is that it is possible for the municipal government to guarantee loans. I want to bring up one particular issue that we haven't talked about much yet, but need to talk about a lot more, which is for Indigenous by Indigenous housing. And a lot of the, I mean, Gignol is pretty big, but a lot of the providers at the moment are fairly small. We've seen the example of the Unitarians on Cleary gifting a piece of land to Ontario Aboriginal Housing Services. They didn't have anything to do with residential schools, the Unitarians. What I've seen with some affordable housing offices in other cities is that there's some active work with churches. For instance, the United Church, to give that one example, has been incredibly good in redeveloping the air rights on top of churches. And I'd love to see greater partnership with some of the Indigenous housing organizations to help build up their capacity on both public land, but also on church land. I see that as a very essential part of reconciliation. So that's the kind of thing that are really cooking with gas. I guess we're now cooking with induction. Affordable housing office could do.
Wonderful. Thank you both for being here today and giving us so much of your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kitts. Before I open up to round two of discussion, I know Carolyn probably has to leave. If the recommendations of this report are reflected in our upcoming Housing Accelerator Fund application, what should this committee and what should this council expect that will actually look like at a nuts and bolts level?
Well, the Housing Accelerator Fund has a wide variety of possible mechanisms within it. I'd love to see some more work on what are the parking requirement needs, for instance, of social and supportive housing. I know what the answer is, but I think it would be good to have that. That's a very small amount of money. I'd say the main amount of money would have to do with the readiness of some sites. I mean, the total quantum that's expected from the Housing Accelerator Fund across Canada isn't huge. It's 100,000 homes across Canada over 4 years. And they certainly will look kindly on applications that have a strong equity focus. So I would focus on some small, medium, and large scale projects and what it would take from the Housing Accelerator Fund over the next 4 years to get them over the line.
But I think I heard in that response with a focus on city-owned lands.
Well, look, the Housing Accelerator Fund is saying, look at what you've done so far, like the OP, which is really great. And then what's the little extra stuff that you can do that you aren't doing yet? And I'm, you know, city staff will know that, but I think that city staff can talk to some of the really great housing providers and say, what's the secret sauce that we need in order to get some more projects over the line? Let's say 1,000 a year for the next 4 years. What's it going to take to get that over the line with even deeper affordability? And the other thing that the CMHC appears to be asking for is what's scalable? What are the things that we can do now that can help enable housing in the future? And I think showing a really viable model of how we can scale up social and supportive is something that we can continue to build on for the future.
Last question. I'm about to ask city staff to come and answer councillors' questions. What would you ask them?
Well, I mean, there were city staff here today listening to some of the really excellent deputations, and I would ask them, you know, are you talking to all of these potential folks? There were some really great architects. You know, there's some really great finance people out there. There's some really amazing people who can contribute, who haven't contributed that much yet. You know, I've been working with Scotiabank. They're fantastic. Van City is in Ontario now. You know, I could go on and on. So there are so many people who want to help. How are you going to be working with them to scale up the good work that you're already doing?
And I would add to that, who do you need us to rally to get on board? What can we do for you? And who do you need us to rally to bring into this, to put in a really, really strong housing accelerator fund? Because that's my job.
She's so great. She's so great at it.
So however we can help, I think we want to see, you know, the max amount that we can get as a city. And so let us know what we can do.
Being respectful of the delegates' time, which I think is out. Are there any further questions for these delegates? No, thank you so much. This has been a very productive afternoon. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper.
Yeah, thank you so much for taking the time. We really appreciate it.
So can I ask Clara and her team? Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. I was making some assumptions. Could I ask city staff to please sit in the hot seat? And I see the hands going up already. So before I open it up to questions, Claire, thank you very much for joining. Thank you. It's been a long day, obviously, and I appreciate everybody being as engaged as they have been today. Do you want to take a few moments just to react to what you've heard? Let us know what you're thinking about what you've heard said today.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chair, and thank you to committee for the opportunity. Especially thank you to Katie and Carolyn for she's busy. Okay, never mind. Really to the Alliance End Homelessness and to all the sector partners. And thank you, Chair, for bringing the report forward. And I do want to acknowledge our staff as well, because in the middle of it all is a really dedicated team of staff. I have Paul Levine here beside me, who's the Director of Housing Services, Lauren Reeves here, who is our the manager of our affordable housing unit. And there's a whole team of homelessness and housing staff that each and every day are literally running into the wee hours looking for solutions to the crisis that we're facing right now. Our community social services, and I'll speak from our community social services perspective, and David Weiss is here from our planning as our planning colleague, our planning group and colleagues. From community social services and our whole team, we are grateful for the report. We're going to use the report. You'll hear us reference the report when we come back to you with our reports. And we are reading it with interest. And we are committed, first and foremost, to our council-approved 10-year housing and homelessness plan to ensure that everyone who wants a place to sleep has one. That's a commitment that our council has made. That's a commitment that we as a sector have made together, and we take that very seriously. At the same time, we are going to be renewing our housing and homelessness plan in 2024, and we do see a potential to increase the focus on supportive housing and to really look at our policy framework around how do we, from a financial perspective, find the investments to be able to really deepen the affordability on all the developments that we move forward. And we truly are committed and look forward to continuing to work with the sector and with council on an investment strategy, because ultimately, and to Councillor Curry's point, we have a plan, we need the money, That's the bottom line. And so when we talk about land, and I'm not the expert, my colleagues are the expert on land, but from a affordable housing development lens, land is not the greatest barrier for us. Capital funding is by far the greatest barrier. And more recently, of course, operating funding. If we're talking about intensive supportive housing, and we've heard from various delegations, we heard from Mark Katsalis, and I thank him for bringing that wonderful testimonial. Intensive supportive housing is really a key, and finding the roughly $1.2 to $2 million a year to fund that level of support is something that our team works very diligently to ensure that the funding we do receive from other levels of government is spent in that regard, and to lobby for more. So we are going to, in that regard, we're going to be bringing back to you our housing long-range financial plan. And with your permission, I will be bold and audacious in that plan and bring that back for council's consideration, working very closely with financial services, corporate and financial services. But we'll be bringing that in the fall in time for the budget 2024 budget process. And I think I'll stop there, but I do want to acknowledge and thank my sector colleagues and you, councillors around the table, for really also speaking to the other side of this, which is the policy framework that we work under from a provincial perspective, federal perspective, but more provincial perspective, where income support rates have not increased since 2018. Councillor Troster spoke to rent control. That's a huge issue. And intergovernment collaboration and coordination in terms of our health partners is something that we as a municipality around municipal tables continue to advocate for. So we are committed, is what you're hearing from me, and we definitely will take the report under consideration as we move forward our various plans and bring those back to you. And now I'll ask my colleague David Whites from planning to say a few words about specifically the Accelerator Fund.
Thank you very much. And again, Chair, it is a pleasure, and I want to thank again the authors of this issue report and their contributions and the recommendations that they provided as well. In terms of where we are at right now, we do have to understand and appreciate that in terms of laying out that policy framework for us to move forward, we have made substantial progress. The official plan now has a very solid section within it as a housing section under section 4.2 that provides that framework and anchoring for us to be able to move forward, particularly along with the requirement and the need for us to move forward on an equitable perspective across the city for finding housing across the continuum for those who so desperately need it. With respect to where we are at right now, of course, what we passed last month was the municipal housing pledge. And that's something that you all with great thanks contributed to. And we had a great discussion about that. And we looked at all the various pieces and whatnot that would provide that commitment for how we were going to move forward collectively from a one city, one team perspective, from CREO, from infrastructure services, from housing services, from planning services, from economic development services, all the way across with one perspective, which is how do we get people into homes and how can we get those homes built faster? And with that housing pledge, there were really 4 buckets with that. One of them was stimulating new investment in housing through various rezoning initiatives, things like that. Forming those strategic partnerships by looking for ways to incentivize housing through community improvement plans, through working directly with our housing partners, OCH, and such to find ways to leverage what resources we have, what lands we have through OCLTC to bring housing opportunities to the fore. The housing bucket number 3 was how do we streamline our approvals processes as well to make sure that we are not getting in the way as much as we reasonably can. Of course, we do have a regulatory role, but to see where we can maybe lighten the load, particularly with respect to nonprofit housing providers and so on. And then the 4th one, of course, is monitor so we can be held to account for where we go. The comments that we made back then was that that housing pledge would provide the anchoring and the basis for how we would move forward in building up that housing action plan. going forward for the Housing Accelerator Fund. And that is something that staff are currently working on right now. We're working on that in consultation with our internal groups with housing services. And again, also looking at all the variety of packages that we may be able to do that are going to qualify for that Housing Accelerator Fund, including infrastructure, parks, recreation, things like that for the various other pieces that are there. We also made a commitment that we would bring forward to this committee prior to the submission of the Housing Accelerator Fund, which is June 14th, that we would bring forward our draft recommendations to this group so that you could see the direction that staff are looking at. So you could see the 7 initiatives that we were proposing to maximize the amount of funding that we can get from this program to apply for housing. And so that you would have the opportunity to weigh in and look at what staff is recommending and either make adjustments, suggest some other alternatives, and suggest some other directions. That is still fully our intention to be able to bring those things forward. And I can tell you that that active work on that Housing Accelerator Fund is continuing right now as we speak, as we go forward. So we are still aiming to bring that IPD, and we'll be bringing that forward to you again. Again, the timeline for that is June 14th, when that submission does need to get in. It's a very compressed timeline. It's a very aggressive timeline, but we also know that we have a lot of actions that the city is already in progress from, both within housing services and also, of course, on the policy front as well, and within development review that we are working aggressively towards as well. So we will be bringing that for your consultation, and we look forward to discussing that at that time.
Thank you very much for that introduction. I appreciate hearing that. Very quickly, you're looking at bringing a draft version of the application for the Housing Accelerator Fund prior to the June 14th submission deadline as an IPD. When could we look forward to seeing that?
Chair, that is something that you and I should probably discuss offline, if you don't mind. Okay. Yeah, we'll have that conversation. I know this committee is obviously very keen to see that the recommendations of this report are well reflected in that application. So with that, let's turn to questions from members, starting with Councillor Curry.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. I hope you are hearing that we are not saying that, only the community knows what we should be doing. We understand you're all working on this as well. It's almost like it takes a whole village. The stars are aligning. Let's make sure we all do this as effectively and efficiently as possible. So thank you for all of that. I guess my one thing I will ask is, this motion asks that you consider all the recommendations, but what I didn't put in this motion was that you let us know which ones you didn't take. So there's a bunch of recommendations, and maybe some of them you'll take even half of a recommendation, part of it, but not fully. Would you be able to come back to us and say, these are the ones we absolutely took into consideration, put in the report. These are the ones we couldn't or couldn't right now, but will, part of a second stage, or would you be able to do that as well?
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's a little more iterative than that, I would say. As we take, for instance, a look at our 10-year housing and homelessness plan, we'll be looking at the report, and we'll be identifying how we can take multiple elements of it, even some principles from the report, for instance. So it's difficult to come back with a list to say, it's not a check. Difficult. It's not a check mark exercise, I guess, is what I want to say to that.
Yeah, I can appreciate that. I guess I just would like to have an understanding of ones that you felt like we couldn't just do right now. It goes to the comment Councillor Kitts made about risk, because some of them I can appreciate that for a municipality are a little bit risky. They even just some of the funding ideas that Ottawa Community Housing is using may be seen as this by the city as a little bit too risky, but I'm hoping not. I think we're having maybe more of a risk tolerance as maybe we consider it more of an emergency. I don't know what it is, but I do think it would be helpful for us to see what parts of it you didn't, not that you didn't like, or not like you thought they were stupid or something, but that were just not for the moment, or something we could do right away.
So what I would suggest is that we could provide that assessment perhaps maybe next spring, after we go through a cycle of presenting our our 10-year plan, our capital plan, the long-range financial plan after the budget exercise, then we can come back and say, here's how we landed. This report is wonderful and fantastic, and there are other reports and other research that we also reference as we move forward in refreshing our various, both the programmatic plans, but also the financial plans. So I would respectfully say that we could come back to revisit that at the beginning of next year. Is that acceptable?
Mr. Chair has disappeared. Okay, so I guess I would just say, though, the only challenge with that and the timing is you might have to field questions on, we also see the recommendations, so I guess I would just want you to make sure you're very prepared to say why you're not looking at something right now when we see your draft report.
Sure.
Because, a council's job is to be a little bit more risky, I think, and provide that direction if it were something you thought was too risky to do.
And perhaps
we would want to know.
From planning would weigh in on here.
Yeah, Councillor, I don't think necessarily it's a question of risk. It's a question of, with respect to the Housing Accelerator Fund, and you look at the formula as to what it is they're looking for, a lot of that weighting is on what's going to deliver permits now, between 2023 and 2026. So those are the things. We know that we do need to be very aggressive, and we need to take some very big, bold steps, for example, on the zoning side, policy side. Sometimes those are in association with the list of properties that are also associated with city-owned lands. They do not have the right policy framework associated with it. We've got to do a lot of work and whatnot to get those into place. Those are, in a lot of cases, more longer burn items. You make a zoning change, you make a policy change, those things don't reflect themselves into actually permits being built for quite some ways. So they're going to get scored lower in the application process. Some of the things that are going to get scored higher, things like working directly with our housing partners, finding ways to leverage the amount. We know that in a lot of cases, it's the cash flow, it's the capital to get to those housing providers that is the issue. Those are things where if we can find ways to leverage the Housing Accelerator Fund to improve that situation, perhaps they might be able to get those dollars flowing a little bit more. So it's not necessarily about, what is a risky decision or what is not. It is what is the best pieces to bring forward now that's going to be most effective. And then also in turn, what are the pieces that we can flow into our longer term plans, into our longer term policy changes or streamlining changes. As Clara mentioned, the 10-year housing and homelessness plan, the other pieces that are all going to flow through. So it's not a question of rejecting any of these. It's a question of what are the best things that we can do right now? And what are the things that we're going to need to stage?
Okay, that's super. And just quickly, two other points, just in the essence of time. Katie said, let me get my glasses on. What's to stop us from issuing RFPs on the 20 parcels of land? What's to stop us? I guess I would just ask, please consider that question. What would stop us from doing that? Not right this second. I'm not asking for an answer, but I guess I would just say, can you please really seriously contemplate that? Because we might need to know what it would be that would stop us, more than you just realizing that you don't want to do that or you can't do that easily. And then the second thing was, Katie said that anything she can do or they can do to help you talk to the right people. The list of people that they seem to be talking to, I think, are critical. I never like to insult Fred in accounting, because Fred in accounting is important, but sometimes it's not Fred in accounting that is going to move something. And it may be that, you need to talk to the right person. And I would really advise you to take her up on that. If she can open a door, it's the way to go, I think. So anyway, those are my overall comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Councillor Kitts.
Thank you, Chair. I fully anticipate Councillor Curry's motion will pass and you'll be considering all the recommendations. And Councillor Curry just kind of hinted at this, but maybe I will ask the question. Do we have a plan for those 20 parcels, like an existing plan that we would have to reconsider? I'm just trying to understand sort of what the barriers to that would be.
So I haven't seen the list of the 20 parcels they're referring to in terms of city ownership, but I have to take a look at that. We every year we scrub our land inventory to see what we can dispose of, and we look through it. And I mean, I've been with the city, I guess now 11 or 12 years, and we're reaching higher and higher up the tree. The low hanging fruit is gone. And now we're getting ladders to get some of that land that we can surplus and put on the market or to transfer to housing services. When I say they're not low hanging fruit, a lot of our lands have environmental issues and those, so the lands aren't necessarily shovel ready. I mean, they're shovel ready in that we have to do something with the contaminated soil that's on there, but not to necessarily build units yet. But I'll take a look at the 20 parcels that they've highlighted and see if they line up with ours.
Okay, no, that's helpful to understand, because I do think if there are parcels that, you know, are easier than others, that is really an action that we can take in this term of council to yes, sorry, David.
No problem. Just if I can supplement to that, Chair, just through that, is there has been those studies that we have looked at the number of properties that are located in short proximity to affordable housing stations, or sorry, to the rapid transit network, I should say. We do know that a lot of those parcels, when we went through and did that assessment, a number of them are currently being occupied and used as staging grounds for the LRT project, for example, or they have contamination issues. Some of them used to be old gas station sites or laundromat sites. So they actually have brownfield issues associated with them. As I said before, some of them also have significant policy issues and whatnot that are associated with them. So from that triage list, there are a number of them that would need to be assessed to get them shovel ready. Our colleagues in OCLDC are working on a few of them to prep them in and get them into shape. But as Peter said, those are things that we would like to go through and do a more comprehensive review to see what the opportunities are of that whole triage list, and a number of the other ones that I know are with CREO to see which ones might be maybe a little bit more ready to go than some of the others.
Thank you for that additional context. I'm really glad that work's being done because I think of, you know, stage 2 coming into Orleans and what a huge opportunity for affordable housing that could be. Really an unprecedented opportunity for affordable housing that we really haven't had in the East End. So looking forward to more on that. And we know that we need 8,500 more affordable units based on our 10-year housing and homelessness plan. How are we doing? Like, how are we pacing on that figure?
Thank you through you, Mr. Chair. I'll ask Paul to jump in. He has the numbers.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. We have been doing well. I wouldn't say that we are meeting the intended targets that we wanted to. I think, like we've said before, and during the pandemic, what has happened is we've had higher interest rate, high construction costs. So the projects that were, you know, previously approved under development are costing more. So a lot more of our equity has to go towards completing the current projects that are underway. And that's why we're going to need to refresh our long-range financial plan, as well as our 10-year plans targets to see, you know, moving forward as we pivot to a post-pandemic world, what can we realistically achieve? We have many developments that are, you know, shovel ready, but the funding is not there.
Thank you. I certainly appreciate those challenges, both with inflation and our funding. But I think we're all hopeful that perhaps some of these recommendations will help accelerate that.
Yeah.
So, thank you.
Anything we can do to look at policy issues that will, you know, stimulate more growth or do things differently. Look at the glass half full, consult with our partners, bring ideas to the table. That's what it's all about. And that's what, you know, that's how we create the 10-year plan. And that's how we identify the actions that come out of our 10-year plan to move forward. So we look forward to working with the Alliance and all the other partners on those particular issues. And you know, they've done great work and they have a great report. Let's not reinvent the wheel. Let's get to the table and let's see how we can build from that. And and also what we're already doing in terms of the recommendations in the report, but how can we go further? And and we certainly look forward to, you know, some of the discussions around affordability, for example.
there's a lot of different thoughts about that. And we're certainly looking for some dialogue around how we can make it more affordable for the people who are struggling the most in our community.
Great. Thinking boldly, like
Yes.
cowboys and cowgirls.
Cowboys and cowgirls. Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
First, I just wanted to say hello to Clara. I'm really excited to be able to work with you. I don't think we've sat across from the table since you've been in this new role. So I'm excited I know you bring a lot of critical thinking to your roles and look at the status quo. So I'm excited to see what you can do in this new position. And I wanted to ask you the same question that I asked Katie. So, if we were to be able to open the floodgates for all of these new opportunities, what type of readiness do you and your staff need in order to meet the nonprofit community where they are at? Like taking on that sort of systems mapping, that systems level approach. What's missing? What resources do you currently have? Is there a point person? Like, is there clarity in roles and responsibilities across the various implicated departments? I get personally confused a little bit sometimes where one thing begins and one thing ends. So if you could comment on that, and perhaps Mr. Wise as well.
Thank you. And through the chair, our team works I think the first answer to that question is that we have tremendous collaboration, as you heard from Paul, with the sector already. So that increases our capacity to think differently, to think critically, as you said, and to augment our ability to do the work. We also have fantastic partnerships with our colleagues internally, such as the planning group, to advance the affordable housing agenda. And David gets sick of me always saying, don't forget affordable housing, increase the targets, so, and they're all very good about listening. So I think what we need to do as we reflect on our 10-year housing and homelessness plan and refresh that plan is, I have asked Paul, because we're both new in these roles, is that we will take a review of that and come back and answer that question in terms of what else do we need in terms of staff resources potentially to get the work done, and how can we move resources within our group around to focus on what is really critical today in our community. Not suggesting we might need more FTEs, but really, as our community shifts and changes, I do believe that we also need to shift and change how our team works. And we have tremendous skill and talent on our team, and I do believe right now we're ready. I do also want to acknowledge that, this city council in 2021 approved the first ever housing long-range financial plan and made a commitment of $15 million every year towards affordable housing, with a $5 million DC relief so to a total of $20 million investing in affordable housing. And that in itself, it was a bold commitment. And we did that as part of a plan that looked at matching funding from other levels of government. And so every time the federal government puts forward a potential funding envelope, we're able to leverage that $15 million to grow the capacity to make things happen on the ground. And that's the kind of thing that we're very good at doing. So I would say we're ready. We will talk with the sector. We will really identify what is the scale and scope that needs to change. We have approved LRFP right now. We want to come back to you with a new revised LRFP that, to Paul's points, speak to what has changed in the economy that makes some things more difficult. We also have other levers, as you heard. CMHC has other levers that we can use. And all that is what comes into consideration and what we're able to do to advance the goals that you heard are really important to advance today. So I would say for now we're ready. We have what we need, and we would definitely come back with, as part of our plan, how we new targets, how we plan on achieving those targets within existing resources. And the LRFP really is about putting before you what we feel is needed for the capital investments to be able to grow nonprofit affordable housing. Our affordable housing mandate, framework, and program is all about nonprofit development. So that is what we do. It's the scale. what can we do with the funding that we have? And that's the kind of analysis that we need to do over the next few months to be able to be clear.
I'm encouraged to hear that. I think what we're hearing from this report and from the sector is that there is a call for a different kind of relationship, a different kind of partnership. And so I would agree, it's not necessarily that you might need more people. Those people might already exist in the nonprofit sector. And so for you to be able to clearly define what your skills, abilities, and objectives are, what your capacity is, and network yourself within all those other actors, I think that's when we see scale. And all of a sudden, we're not spending more money, but we're creating a different kind of trusting relationship and a transparent relationship with the sector that could be really, really transformative. So I'm so encouraged to hear you say that. And similarly, you know, to Councillor Curry's comments, as you're going through this process, if there are roadblocks within your way that create affordability problems, or, you know, there's some kind of assumption of how this committee would respond, we want to be able to remove those obstacles for you before we get too far down the year-long review, right? The year-in review. So call upon us to bring that forward. So I'm very encouraged by that response, and I'll look forward to hearing more. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to the whole team, and appreciate the motion from Councillor Curry. In terms of making things work better, one of the things I hear is that there's a timing issue with funding, that when funding comes along, it's got to be like yesterday in terms of whether you're shovel ready or not. And that's a thing for Ottawa Community Housing, is trying to line that up with the process of getting things through with the city. And I just wanted to get your take on that, because, and I'm sure that's the same for other nonprofits, is that you've got to get through that. You got to be ready with all those boxes ticked, and then be able to apply, get that funding. And as you know, they usually have a time limit on it, and we could miss windows. So what can we do to speed up those things that are absolutely necessary? Those box tickings are all important things, but that's what I hear as an issue.
Yeah, Chair, just with respect to that, I think, and that is a very important thing in terms of just sort of minimizing a lot of those obstacles. We always have to frame this and understand that we also have we have a brand new planning framework that is going to be coming down the pipeline to you all very soon through the Bill 109 streamlining processes that are coming forward for all zoning bylaw and site plan control amendments. That's 60 days, start to finish, calendar days, get her done. Essentially. The other thing, and Derek's not here, so I don't want to speak too much because I'm afraid of him, but no, I'm not. Come on now. But I do know that his team does provide development facilitation for nonprofit groups, for affordable housing providers and whatnot as they get through that process. So they're going to have to still go through a pre-consultation process and work their way through. And, you know, in terms of the how can we further streamline things beyond what the province is already, you know, directing us to do, and all the things that we already do internally, then it comes down to a series of value choices and conversations about what quality, what standards are we going to require from for certain developers, for certain developments as they move the way through. We'll have to balance that with some of the Bill 23 development changes that are coming through with respect to DC exemptions and whatnot as well. And then finally, one of the things that we'll need to look at as we go through, and this is part of that Housing Accelerator Fund discussion, is to what extent can we pre-zone and deal with the policy issues right up front for as many of these sites as we possibly can, because that in itself will make life a lot easier. If they can just come in for a site plan control or a building permit, they don't need to go through a zoning and policy. That's some of the low-hanging fruit that we do want to look at. We do want to see if we can tuck that inside the Housing Accelerator Fund as not necessarily providing immediacy in permits, but providing and setting up for that next stage. Hoping, of course, that the Housing Accelerator Fund will continue beyond just this short window. We're banking on the federal government actually committing to assisting municipalities with this.
Yeah, I hope we can have those conversations with them to show that this is a benefit to them, so that nothing gets lost in the waiting periods. I appreciate that, particularly for Ottawa Community Housing that already has its property. So we're sitting on our property, so it should be, you know, we're not out searching for pieces of land. We've already got them. So hopefully that could be done. That's kind of exciting. In terms of the properties, the 20 parcels, I remember looking at it very excited back 4 years ago now. And yes, some of them are contaminated. They're former gas station sites, et cetera. So lots of complications there, and they really don't suit a big development. Could they be suitable for something smaller, for you know, not high rises, but some kind of small development? Is that a possibility?
I think that's something that our Creo group is constantly looking for, and how to leverage them together. I appreciate that they've had some, you know, strong successes recently with respect to Gladstone Village, for example, and sort of assembling pieces together and working with OCH in order to make a much larger thing out of smaller pieces. So that is something that that we're always leveraging. I don't know, Peter, if you wanted to provide any other comment.
Yeah, over the years, through our land development corporation, I mean, we've sold large pieces of property and small pieces of property. So everything's open. Like we'll consider whatever we can get on a piece of property. Absolutely.
I love working with your office because with stage 2 LRT, we've had to do real estate deals, and it's kind of exciting because we're moving forward on many things. And when I look at that Geo Ottawa map and see where the purple is, we've got things like you know, we're leasing out to the Ottawa Police Services, a building that's right beside a transit station. So these are possibilities. I'm going to meet with the chief of police and see if he's interested in moving somewhere else that won't be a one-story surface parking place that stores records, rather than let that be affordable housing. So I think there's lots of opportunities. They're not even identified in these 20 parcels, but lots of potential. We've got 7 stations just in Bay Ward alone. So I know that we've got plenty of potential of transit-oriented development. So hopefully that can be possible. I don't know if you want to make any comments on that.
Absolutely. And we look at a lot of our city-owned sites that may have other uses on there now, and have to think in the long term to work with that client group to say, we don't necessarily want a work shard right next to an LRT station. So let's start planning for a new location, you know, and maybe through the sales process, we can help fund the new location for the works yard. And then we also work with asset management to make sure that we aren't necessarily funding big improvements on some of these sites either, that we know they're coming to end of life. And so, I mean, there are rec centers, arenas that we all need to start considering for future affordable housing development, maybe in connection with city facilities also.
Yeah, I didn't even mention about the bus depot, or as we call it, the bus barn on Queensview, which has got a lot of potential. And we have to bring in facilities, because if we're talking about intensification, we need facilities for people if we're talking about more people being in the area, such as a recreation facility. So it should be part of the planning, I hope. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kavanaugh. Councillor Troster.
Hi, everybody, and thank you so much, especially to staff, for sticking with us. I know I'm going loopy in hour 5 of this meeting, but I do think it's really, really important. I have 2 questions. One of them is, so I was really surprised to learn that the nonprofit housing providers that are not OCH, they still pay property taxes. Has property tax forgiveness for smaller nonprofit developers been considered as an incentive?
I'm not sure that it has been. I know it applies to OCH, but we would need to take that back and
Yeah, because I know the Beaver Barracks development, for example, near the YMCA building in Centertown, that's very valuable land. They pay very high property taxes, but the folks who live there are not paying market rent. So they don't break even on that building every year. But it's very, very important affordable housing. So I would just like to put a pin in that for when we start thinking about a scale up plan. I know it takes money out of our coffers, but it would allow those providers to develop and manage more housing if they're not paying that bill.
That is a conversation we know that our finance services team has looked at before. So we can go back and we can talk to finance services about that. We know that they have been in some discussions with MPAC prior to it, and we can report back on that.
Yeah, I'd love it if I don't know if I have to do directions to staff, but if you could come back with just a dollar figure of what that might cost us on a yearly basis, because I'm very curious, because I think that's something easy that we could do quite easily. And here's my next question. This is another big one that you may have to take back because I don't imagine you have a dollar figure in front of you, but you know, I keep hearing a shifting number of the number of chronically homeless people in our community. So folks who spend 6 months or more a year in shelter, I hear between 500 and 1,000. And I would posit that a lot of those folks are the ones who are really struggling, who business owners are dealing with. You know, these are people who in many cases require supportive housing. If council set it as a goal as part of our strategic priorities to end chronic homelessness, you know, situational homelessness is entirely different. So let's say between 500 and 1,000 people. I'm just curious as to what that would cost, how quickly we could do it. And I know you probably don't have the answer now, but I'm asking you this as we set council priorities, because you keep saying this all depends on funding, but the funding comes from council as a political decision. So I would like to get a sense of what it would cost to end chronic homelessness.
Through you, Chair, you're right. We'd have to come back to you with a dollar figure.
I don't expect you to pull it.
However, you have already a goal of ending chronic homelessness as part of our 10-year housing and homelessness plan. And we, again, are very serious about achieving that goal and levering all of the resources we have, including the investments that council has made, capital and operating. But I can ask Paul, in terms of the numbers of chronically homeless right now, he's the expert on that.
So for the population, singles that are chronically homeless, the current count is about 497, if I'm not mistaken, from today's data that I received. We also need to keep in mind that there's going to be different strategies that are being successful for different people. Let's say the 500 that we're talking about. So you can expect that many of them will require permanent supportive housing, and those take time and to build through capital funding and then operating funding. So those take time, and then we can have in the shorter time frame. There are people that can live independently with supports and housing benefits. So those folks can have those resources, you know, pretty soon. Yeah, those are essentially the two groups from the chronically homeless. And chronically homeless is six months or more in the shelter, or 547 days over 3 years. So we, much as possible, we want to try that people don't become chronically homeless, because the longer they stay in shelters, the more entrenched they become. And so our plan that we're going to bring to CSC next month, we'll talk about how do we curb that, and what are some of the strategies that we want to put in place to you know, prevent homelessness. If people become homeless, rapid rehousing, and get them out of the system as soon as possible, because the longer they stay, the more costly it's going to be for everyone, more importantly for the individuals experiencing homelessness.
Okay, so what I'm asking, and maybe I can just put this as an inquiry or a direction to staff, I'm not sure what the right mechanism is, but if we wanted to cut that time in half from 10 years to 5 years to house everyone who's chronically homeless in the city, I would love to see an estimate of what that might cost and how council might be able to do that, simply because when we tell you to make budgets every year, it's based on a set tax increase, and we're not asking you to aim for the sky. And so you know, if there's a real desire in the behalf of this committee and of council, which I think there is, and we will confirm that later with our term of council priorities to end chronic homelessness, I would love to see a wish list of what you would need to do that. So I'll just put that out there now. I don't know if I need to give any sort of formal direction, because I don't think you often get to the opportunity to budget with stretch goals. You often get the chance to budget based on a set tax increase decided on by council. But I think we need to know what we need to reach for when it comes to the rest of this term.
I couldn't agree more. I'm actually working on a similar request from someone else. So.
Okay. All right, let's
We
talk.
we could combine the numbers.
All right, happy to work on this with you. Thank you.
Do you want to take that as direction, or
All right.
would you prefer a formal inquiry?
Pardon me?
Do you want to take that as direction, or would you prefer a formal inquiry?
Let's,
Whichever one.
okay,
Correct.
let's talk. Let's
Let's
work on
talk.
this. Because I'm
Yeah, we could
eager-
talk.
Especially because I believe that many of those individuals, the highest needs individuals, are the
Yes.
folks struggling the most and
Yeah.
causing the most difficulties in our community, and it all gets better if chronically
right.
homeless people have the support they need. So I'm eager to help scale it up.
I think we'd all be interested in seeing the answers, so.
Yeah.
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 Why don't you take that as, would you be willing to take that as direction?
Certainly, we would be. I would also say that in the long-range financial plan, as we look at a 5-year term of council sort of window, we look at scenarios and we look at objectives, and we can include that potentially in the long-range financial plan, which becomes the official document.
Amazing, thank you. We'll let you work up the wording for the minutes. Thanks. Councillor Tierney.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to staff, and what a wonderful presentation today. I did want to give a bit of a tip of the hat to Lauren and the team as well, working on exactly what we're talking about today. We had a piece of city land that we disposed of for housing. And Wigwamin group has come in, and we're very excited to build Indigenous senior housing, but also using 2 birds with 1 stone, getting a new food cupboard put in place with the amazing Arrow Manic as the director, your resident, Jeff. But at the same time, we keep running into the major issue of unlocking those federal funds. And that seems to be the big challenge. And Councillor Troster, former FCM employee, a big advocate, obviously, from the federal perspective. Next month, we'll be at the AGM advocating hard to find an easier path to get to those funds, because we hear about the money all the time, but there's so many gates to get through. We're fortunate the minister in the area is actually engaged on this one now. So fingers crossed we get the money sooner than later. But do you see that as one of the bigger issues too, is unlocking access to federal funds? Excuse me.
I think access to funds from other levels of government in general.
Answered, just want to put it on the record. Thank you.
Okay. But could I comment on the development? Because I think it's very important to recognize that this council and our team has prioritized Indigenous housing development for and by Indigenous peoples in our 10-year plan. And we've actually funded the Ottawa Aboriginal Coalition to be able to ramp up and create an Indigenous housing committee. They are actively working with the Ontario Aboriginal Housing Development Corporation. And with our integrated team here, we hope to support them to acquire municipal land in the future to be able to create projects that are very important to their community culturally. And so that is part of what the development in your ward, Councillor, speaks volumes to the community in terms of building trust and walking the talk in terms of reconciliation. So I just wanted to commend Council for your support with that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Tierney. If there are no other questions, I guess I have 1 or 2 myself. One of them is I'm wondering what staff need from council with respect to sorting out who would be the, I want to call it, beneficiaries of unlocked city land. So one of the discussions I don't think we've had in a very productive way at the city yet is around who are the players going to be with respect to prioritization of city lands. So I'm looking at OCH, which is obviously a major player. We are the only shareholder in OCH. We want it to play a role in providing not-for-profit housing. We want our not-for-profit sector housing partners to play an important role. And what I heard from Katie today was that the sector itself is trying to make that easier for us by becoming a more unified voice, less empire building within the sector, more common purpose. Ottawa Land Development Corporation, we know, is going to be a focus for the mayor. So as we dispose of city lands, the mayor is looking at how OLDC is going to play a role in disposing of those. And then we have this body, this incorporated organization, the Ottawa Community Land Trust, that I'm running against some walls right now, doesn't have any formal relationship with the city of Ottawa. I think we need to understand as a council who is going to play what role. There should be a little piece of it for everybody, but how big a piece each one of those players gets is going to be up in the air until council, I think, makes some decisions. What do you need from council in order to help you understand what council would like to see in terms of who benefits from city programming, city, and especially city lands?
Well, thank you, Chair. And in terms of city land specifically and the circulation that occurs, the disposable city lands, I'll defer to Peter or David in a second. In terms of our Action Ottawa program, part of our long range plan, our affordable housing framework, it has been council approved, and we follow an RFP process that's very important, that when we have land for disposal, we put it out to the nonprofit sector. There are lands that we will engage OCH in at times because they have the capacity and they're able to advance immediately. However, we work with dozens and dozens of nonprofit housing providers, and we have at the moment, how many projects? I can defer to Paul in terms of the numbers, but we do have to follow the proper procurement and disposal processes to safeguard council and staff in terms of, and to bring equity to the table in terms of how we actually dispose of those lands. Paul, do you want to talk more about the process that we follow?
I think you were going to.
Yeah, I'll go first, and then just like our process, then I turn it over to Paul. So when we are going to try and surplus some land, we will circulate it to a broad range of individuals throughout the corporation to make sure there isn't a city need for that land first. Once we've done that, that includes housing. And so if housing puts up their hand and says, you know, this would be a good piece for one of our affordable housing providers, our process stops and we turn it over to housing, and then it goes through their process. If they haven't put up their hands and no one else has put up their hands, then we take a report to finance committee, which we did yesterday with 2 pieces of property. And if they're strategic pieces of property, we'll recommend they do get transferred to the Ottawa Community Lands Development Corporation. And then that rises to council, and council approves the transfer over there. And then it goes into the hands of the corporation and the board of directors, following any direction they get from council when it reaches there. That's from the real estate end of sides, but like I said, if housing puts up their hand, then it goes over to them, and our process is done.
I think one of the big opportunities that there is that in this term of council, and included within the pledge and some of the work that's as part of this whole thing, is looking at OCLDC itself as a delivery mechanism. And that's part of the instructions from this council, is to look at how to leverage OCLDC and reframe its mission. To look at how we can leverage that corporation to provide more housing. So that's something that's still a work in progress with respect to developing how that's going to work and how it's going to leverage. But I know that our colleagues over in CREO are working on that and developing those frames of references. But I think that that's going to be something that's going to be a really interesting development tool that the city is going to have access to.
I know the mayor made it a centerpiece, or at least a significant part of his campaign. And it's one of the reasons why I'm interested in rejoining OLDC this term of council. But I do worry that some of those traditional mechanisms may be putting middle people in the way of getting land into the hands of not-for-profit partners. I don't know if you have an answer for me today as to how that will be avoided, but I did want to raise it as a concern. Yeah.
So maybe I can contribute to that, Councillor. So when the lands are identified for affordable housing, so housing services, continuing to work with our approach of using Action Ottawa framework that we work with to issue our RFPs or transfer the land with council approval to housing providers. So our proponents are not-for-profit housing providers. We don't deal with the private sector. And there's been a few examples of that as we talked about Councillor Tierney with Aerosmith and Wigwamen, that we also provided $5 million in capital for that project and then that piece of land. You may know Jock Vale property for OCH, which is what's under the RHI program. And in those cases, the land was transferred at a nominal value, like $1 or $2.
Yeah. Fair enough. I still think I want to understand better what the role of OLDC is going to be, other than, if it's going to have a role in affordable housing, how it doesn't become a middle organization in getting lands into the hands of our not-for-profit partners, including OCH and others. If our intention is to put city lands to the service of affordable housing, I'm just not sure that it makes sense to go into the hands of OLDC, then go into the hands of our not-for-profit providers. So I think that's something we have to figure out over a fairly quick period of time. Some of it is going to be our debate at OLDC around our terms of reference, obviously.
Yeah, and from my perspective, if we are transferring lands to an affordable housing provider, the Land Development Corporation doesn't really play a role, because we'd be transferring it for nominal value and it would go through housing services. We already have a system, a mechanism in place for that. I would say the Land Development Corporation, as we look to rebrand it, we would be trying to promote affordable housing within the framework of a private development potentially. So whereas in the past, maybe the focus for the Land Corp has always been to generate revenue for the city, which we're still tasked to do as per the budget. We have line items in the budget. We have to generate certain amounts of money to cover capital projects. But we may start to, when we evaluate bids, the evaluation might be heavily weighted on providing a section for affordable housing, and they might not be the top price, but they're meeting the other goals that we're looking to rebrand the corporation into.
Yeah, and certainly that's as a member of OLDC, the direction in which I'll be pushing. I think you're on. Yeah, so I expect my colleague will be working in the same direction. So we haven't talked much about land trust. We have this body, it's incorporated, it's not for profit, the Ottawa Community Land Trust, which is seeking our help to build a real estate portfolio, in addition to acquiring properties that are at risk of falling into higher market player hands. Do we have a decision point at any point coming up anytime soon as to what council wants to do about land trust? Because right now there's no formal relationship.
At this stage, our team, and I think together with our real estate colleagues, are looking at the land trust concept, their framework, how it relates to our development corporation, and we haven't completed that assessment yet, to be honest. But we're in the process of doing that.
Has council put a deadline on you to figure that out? I don't think so, eh?
No.
Okay, I'm not going to do that today, but something I want to talk more with my colleagues about, because you heard in the course of presenting the Scale Up report, the strong interest that the Ottawa Community Land Trust has in participating in the disposition of city lands toward the purpose of affordable housing. We're not going to figure that out in time for the accelerator funding, but the clock is ticking on this term of council. So let's have some further discussions on that.
Thank you. And I just want to clarify as well, in terms of our affordable housing program, it's a proactive program. So right now, Lauren has a list of nonprofit providers who have concepts and other developments either in various phases of of the pre-development. And as funding becomes available, we know of those. And so we try to be proactive with that so that we don't create barriers in terms of time. When we're able to actually put out an RFP, we put it out. But we know ahead of time, and we're in constant communication with the nonprofit sector.
Okay. And I guess my final question is with respect to the housing accelerator. Mr. Wise spoke about the utility of pre-zoning certain parcels of land to help us get those into the hands of our not-for-profit partners, be that OCH or be that any other party as well. Is that something for which we would be eligible to apply under the housing accelerator initiative?
Yeah, we're going to include that in. Absolutely. Yeah, we'll apply for it.
And that's a
Again,
matter of hiring staff or?
Well, yeah, a lot of it is for those ones, we're going to need to do it very quickly. We don't have the resources to be able to do that. So we're going to need to build in consultant support. And in fact, we're already doing that. We've already retained consultants that are working their way through. So we'll be looking to get some of those costs recouped from that. Fairly small potatoes, though, in terms of the amount of capital that's needed. That's simply just get us in the door. That's one of the initiatives. We'll if we can get a little portion of that to advance some of that work, that's great. The majority and the bulk of that work, though, and the housing accelerator funds are going to be really focused towards the delivery of those permits. So.
What about our larger comprehensive zoning bylaw review? We've heard it several times today. The zoning of parcels is a hurdle to building housing, and council has accepted that. We've asked you, and you are working diligently on bringing our zoning bylaw into conformity with the principles of the new official plan. Is there an opportunity to accelerate the rate at which that work is being done? I know one of the things that when I'm under pressure to do that faster, I make note, we're a level of government. We have to consult with people, and that takes the time it takes. But are there other opportunities to accelerate the rate at which we can get a new comprehensive zoning bylaw in place before, late 2025?
Yeah, I was thinking about Councillor Curry's comment about risk and your comment about what you can do. And really the question comes down to is when Royce and Carol come into your neighborhoods with the whole package of proposed zoning, it is, what are you going to do? So that is the courage on all sides that's needed. And that is the challenge. We need to come forward with that zoning exercise to provide our best professional recommendation. And you're going to hear it from your residents. And that'll be part of the challenge that we'll all have to go through, where the rubber will really hit the road with respect to it. I am reminded that the R4 exercise, which was to allow low-rise apartments in zones that already ostensibly permitted that, took 4 years. So that's something that we all have to remember. When we bring these things forward, we do have to recognize that there is going to need to be the big gut check as we work our way through. We have to make sure that we understand that what we're doing is for a reason and is for a purpose, and it is going to require some significant steely nerves on all sides.
I appreciate the exhortation. Those are the questions I have. Councillor Dudas, have you been able to get back online? Councillor Dudas unfortunately lost connectivity. I know that her hand was up. She does chair the Community Services Committee, but I don't see her online, unfortunately. So I think Councillor Chaucer.
I'm just wondering if I could clarify, because this could go in at other inquiries at the end, but I'm wondering if staff can advise on the costs and other implications associated with forgiving property taxes for nonprofit housing providers. I just want to put that as a formal inquiry associated with this report.
Okay.
Thank
you could you write that up for the benefit of the
Kelly already did.
Oh, you're all good. Thank
Clerk's
you.
office for the win. Yeah.
So we'll count that as an inquiry afterwards.
Yes. Thank you.
But unfortunately, I think we are running out of time for Councillor Dudas. So if you are listening, Laura, please feel free to touch base directly with staff. I do want to say thank you very much to staff for the work that you've done, particularly with my staffer Stephanie in getting this report to the floor of this meeting. It was a very engaging discussion. And thank you very much for all of the work that you do on behalf of the residents of Ottawa every day. So we have two motions and main recommendation. So there is the motion with respect to including the Aboriginal land acknowledgement. Is that motion carried? There was a motion, the Councillor Curry motion with respect to directing staff to take these recommendations from the Sushi report into consideration. Is that item carried?
Carried.
Thank you. And then there is the main recommendation that this Sushi report be received by City Council.
Carried.
Received. Thank you very much. Carried. Received. All right. Give me 1 second to get myself back into the agenda. Thank you very much. We approved that one. All right. Thank you very much, colleagues, for your patience today in doing this. This was a good discussion. We don't have any in-camera items. Information previously distributed, we don't have any. Notices of motion for consideration at a subsequent meeting. None were brought to my attention. I see none. Inquiries. Councillor Troster has made an inquiry, which will be reflected in the minutes. There was no other business. We are adjourned. Our next meeting will be on Wednesday, May 17th. Thank you very much, colleagues.